Good morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Come through, guys. So I'm getting everything set up, and I'm also getting messages that I'm like, what? What? It's too early. It's too early. It's too early. But okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Let me let the people know that we are live right now. Everyone, we live now. Welcome, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Live now. Okay, so hold up. Let me see something real quick because some of this ish is not making sense. June 9th, Dr. Hughes. June 9th, previously under seal filter team. Is this what they're talking about? Okay, let me see this. Let me see this. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right. Sorry, I was reading. I had to read Pacer this morning. So I know that there's been like some videos about like an iPhone or something like that was seized, and there was a filing that happened from the. Let me see if I have the filing now, but I don't know what to say because I don't feel like we have a lot of information, but apparently this is like information that is like, and I only see YouTubers talking about it. I don't even see the major blogs talking about it. But sometime on June 9th, there was a filing. June 9th would have been the weekend, I believe. Let me see. That would have been Monday, actually, not even the weekend, where they were, I guess, in their cell or in Diddy's cell, they found a phone or some shit like that. I don't see anything yet, but you guys let me know what you guys heard. I saw that Tisa did a video, and I'm like, what, is Tisa the only one talking about this? Who else is talking about this? Yeah, the phone that was found. Artie's, but where? Like in his cell? And this is why they had to leave early. The reason why they had to leave early is because of scheduling. At least that's my understanding. Are people not like, I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. I really know. You said Kadisha showed it. Well, maybe she saw something. I haven't seen anything. But you guys let me know in the chat. Let me know. Good morning, Shay. Shout out to everybody coming through. Thank you guys. Did he learn to play? Info from Gay. You guys are coming in here talking about that. I guess I want to know where you guys at. In his home? Okay, I think it's a phone that KK took. All right, well, let me show you. This is what Tisa, this is what Tisa is sharing. Now, like I said, I don't know. She said that there was a filing of this. I said, I don't see it, but maybe it's because
this is from your own client.
I don't know.
Now, here's the background on device 2. That's what they're talking about. It's message discovery. To be exact, June 23rd, June 2023, a text and voice note quotes. Now, they're saying it's privileged and that the government should be able to use it. However, this is an obstruction of justice, okay? Charge that the feds are trying to levy against Diddy, and this could shift the entire defense strategy. This wasn't legal prep. This was panic prep. And if the court agrees, this won't just be not protected. This will be Exhibit A. Y'all, let's get into this, okay?
Diddy?
Now, again, let's start from the beginning because you know I like to be dramatic. Sean Diddy Combs may have just sealed his own legal fate and not in the court, but the text. This June 9th filing is a game changer. This is coming directly from the Department of Justice, and it reveals a hidden phone. Not just any phone, one that Diddy suddenly found months after a federal investigation that he knew was going on. And he was in jail. This is right before he got arrested. And the messages he sent about it, they were panicked, they were incriminating, and possibly this is the clearest sign of obstruction. Diddy is going to jail forever. Listen. Okay, this is a June 9th filing. This just got filed, okay? Again, I think this is why they've been ending early and coming in late. I know what you're saying. Tisa, shut up and get to the point. Okay, I'll do this, right? Now, the purpose of this memo was to reject Diddy's claim that his June 23rd messages, June 2023, messages, including a voice note and a photo of a secret phone, are protected under attorney-client privilege. The document centers on what prosecutors are calling June 23 messages. This came from device 2 and an iPhone 11 seized when Diddy was arrested.
I'd rather listen to Ticket. It's just so hard. Like sometimes with Tisa, I'm like, girl, like, and I have ADHD, but she's like, I'm like, oh my God, this is like a lot. Let's just get to the point, and it's like all over. So there was a phone, I guess, that was found. Am I the only one that feels that way? No shade to Tisa, but it's like, oh, all right. Okay. So what are they gonna do about it? I guess that's the question. What's the government? Yeah, I feel you. I'm like, but she talks very fast, and it's like it's like so hard to keep up sometimes. And I know I talk fast too. So yeah. You said Ticket spoke on it yesterday. Okay, but I'm trying to understand, like, it's a phone that it's like a phone was found in his hotel when he was arrested. Well, we knew that. And I see the filing on that. I have the filing here. But there's information in there, and that's why they had to leave early. I don't think that's why they had to leave early. They had to leave early because of the scheduling. But I'm not there. She's in the court, so maybe she knows more than I do. Clearly, she does because she's there. You said sometimes when I'm in a hurry, I listen to her at 2K speed. Oh my God, I know it's like really fast. I'm like, I feel like I have to slow her down a bit because it's just so all over the place.
In Miami in September 2024. Now, inside the phone, they found the digital smoking gun. Yo, call me back. This is what it said. Call me back. It's important. Good news, I think. This is literally the digital message he sent KK. Okay. Diddy sent a text. That's when they found it. Call me back. It's important. Good news, I think. Then I don't know how in the world, but all of a sudden this phone just came up and we found in the house. There's just data wise, it has to be a lot of shit on this phone. I didn't delete nothing. Mind you, the feds are actually reading this mess. I didn't delete nothing.
Okay, I have the filing, by the way. Yeah, I did pull it. So let's talk about it. There's a couple things I wanted to talk about too. We got yesterday's transcripts, and I was actually gonna go live a lot sooner, but y'all, I gotta get some sleep. I can't just be going live like that. Here's what we have so far. This is the letter. Shout out to Diddy Docket. This is the number. It is filing number 394. Okay, and I want to get to the point where September 16, 2024, following the defendant's arrest, law enforcement executed another search warrant for the hotel room. The defendant was occupying, seizing all electronic devices in the room, including an iPhone 11. Following device 2 seizure, law enforcement extracted device 2, consisted of the government's practices in this case, provided a copy of extraction report with the filter team. The filter team conducted a thorough review of device 2 following the same protocol it applied in its review for all of the electronically stored data in the case. Okay, so device 2 contained a message chain between the defendant and staff 1. Oh, there you go. Hey, nothing like the receipt. Nothing like the receipt. Okay. All right. Let's get into it. So first of all, device 2 is an iPhone 11. Hold up. Including an iPhone 11. Yeah, IE device 2. Device 2 is an iPhone 11. It contained a message chain between the defendant and staff 1, which included a string of text, audio, picture messages the defendant and staff 1 exchanged on June 23rd, 2024, approximately 3 months after the searches of the defendant's residence. Okay? It's important. Okay, here it is. And I quote, approximately 3 months after the searches of the defendant's on June 23rd, 2024, approximately at 10:44 a.m., the defendant texted staff 1, "Call me back. It's important. Good news, I think." A few minutes later, at approximately 10:47 a.m., the defendant sent staff 1 a voice note, an audio recording telling staff 1 that another staff member of his, staff 2, has located a cell phone in his residence, device 1. And the device contained information regarding a woman with whom the defendant had previously had a romantic relationship. Female 1, we know female 1 is Cassie. Okay? That's female 1. Just so people are clear. During the charged conspiracy, specifically, the defendant stated in the relevant part the following: "I don't know how in the world, but all of a sudden, this phone, device 1, just came up. We found in the house, and it's time from when me and female 1 went to the thing. So they got to be so much fun on the hard drive. excuse me, so much stuff on the hard drive of the phone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to send you a picture of it so you can see and understand, like, this could be a big breakthrough. Just because, like, we didn't have the phone and this phone is just sitting there and there's just data wise had to be a lot of ish on that phone. I didn't delete nothing out of the phone. I'm going to send you a picture of it now. The defendant, who is now residing in his Miami residence, sent staff one. Okay, there's a photograph. The photograph is redacted. Staff one did not respond. Approximately 6 hours later, at around 5:27 p.m., the defendant sent a text message to staff one. Hey, are you okay? Just let me know you're safe. 2 minutes later, at approximately 5:23, the defendant sent another text message to staff one to have his lawyer, Teeny Garagos, call him. I have a 911, need Teeny to call this phone ASAP. It's important. And an hour and a half later, at approximately 7:08 p.m., the defendant again texted staff one, send me Teeny's number. It's important. She needs to know now. I can't play these games right now. I need to speak to my lawyer and I don't have the number. Just send me the number, please. I can't even understand why you're not sending my lawyer's number. And I'm telling you, I have something majorly important and I have to speak to my lawyer about. A minute later, at approximately 7:09 p.m., the staff one responded by sending the defendant's Miss Garagos phone number. The defendant responded with the prayer hands emoji. Okay. So there is a phone. Teeny Garagos wouldn't respond. Okay. Teeny Garagos, I think, was probably like, I'm so done with this shit. You know, where he's over here trying to look for devices and stuff. We're so done. I mean, he sounds like he was happy to have found the device, right? That's what it sounds like. Okay. All right. So then it keeps going. During the screen review of June 23rd messages, the filter team identified the 529. Give me one sec. Yes, I know court has started. I'm just trying to hustle up and read this. Give me one sec. During the screening review of June 23rd messages, the filter team has identified 5:29 p.m. at 7:08 p.m. messages where defendant referenced Ms. Garagos as potentially privileged. Okay. So based on the filter team's conversation and counsel, the filter team understands the defendant is claiming that all of June 23rd messages from call me back at 11:44 p.m. through prayer hands emojis are protected by attorney-client privilege. Okay, specifically the defendant's claims, the messages are protected both by the defendant. Okay, so they found a device, I guess. All right. And he was trying to get it to Teeny. I'm trying to understand, like, what are we making from this? Okay, you said with Diddy's text requesting his lawyer number is his way of protecting the data on the device under the client priv. See, maybe that's what it is. It was his way of protecting that situation. But I mean, wouldn't that be kind of like the thing to do if you don't want people seizing things or anything like that? I don't know. And I guess they found a phone. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys make of it? All right. So let's get started. We have Inner City Press here who's going to give us an update. And then we're going to go right to the court. Pinche Becky just gifted 5 memberships. If you guys have been blessed, put some hearts in the chat. Let me put some hearts or confettis. Thank you. Pinche Becky. Appreciate it. Let's get started. Let's see what Inner City Press has to say about this, okay?
That's how we're doing it. Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Thursday, June 12th. It's going to be day 22 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Now, we're back on the beat. Still, Jane is still Jane. The anonymous order is in, and I have no problem with that. I just have a problem with if things are said in open court or shown on the screen, they become public. This remains a principle, and yes, that's how we're doing it. But Jane will be finished today. In fact, Jane's cross should finish this morning. Teeny Garagos.
Yep.
I'll say this. I may have said on this very.
So her cross will finish. Teeny Garagos said yesterday, we got the transcript at 2 in the morning this morning, so I was able to read a little bit. She said that it's only going to be about an hour of cross, so she's not going to be up there for too long. And let me just say, I finished reading. Of course, I didn't do it on the live because I was just too tired. But I finished reading this morning the 610 the 610 cross examination or cross. And we got to talk about that, okay? And then yesterday's cross as well, which actually is a lot shorter. So it'll be easier for us to kind of review. Maybe we'll do it today. We'll see.
Great platform that I thought Nicole Westmoreland, and this, I just mean this strategically. I'm not going to, at least here, get into the substance of what's going to happen on the verdict or what should happen. But Nicole Westmoreland, who's quite an aggressive cross-examiner, who had a Perry Mason moment with Bongalan, I thought maybe she should be doing the cross of Jane. But in fact, Tenny Garagos, with a kind of a circular strategy.
That's what I said.
It keeps changing time, going back to text messages. What about?
Didn't I tell you that her questioning? I said this 2 days ago. I said, you know, her strategy is very circular. And I peeped that too. I was like, there's something about, and I'm not saying that she's doing it to trip her up, but it seems like there is a lot of circular questioning that comes with the way in which she's doing her cross.
What about this one about Nobu? What about this one about Poppy's steaks? What about this one about the handbag? And ultimately, I think that she's created an impression. She's sort of undermined, rightfully or wrongfully, this idea of coercion and sex trafficking. I mean, there is a violent incident. Again, it's not for me to say, except to say that the method has been, I stand corrected. I stand corrected, I think. And I think you could tell that because yesterday Jane's answers became kind of more combative. It's like I wouldn't know if that's a good restaurant. Like, I think she realized how this questioning was having her come off, which might not be who she is as a person. Who knows? All the juries will know is what they saw in these many days of Jane. And today will be the last day. So we'll see both how Tenny closes it out, how Jane closes it out, and how Maureen Comey on Redirect closes it out.
Yep.
But it will be done, and she will fly off away from this trial. And this trial, the government's case at least, is almost over. There may be 3 other witnesses today, one of whom is just a summary witness, Ms. Sankar. How long she'll be on, we don't know. But the main figure is that the government says that they're going to close either next Wednesday or Friday. Now, why the 2 days? Because Thursday is Juneteenth. So after that, there'll be a defense case. Nobody knows. They've implied it's going to be very long. Some people have been asking somehow if Christina Koran would be on the defense side. I can't see it. That cross would be devastating. But we'll just have to see. So we're coming to a close, and we're covering it quite closely on Inner City Press. And we'll have the Week 5 book out, hopefully on Friday, as we've done in previous weeks. So there's that. Now, what happened yesterday, Bob Menendez, if you remember him, the former longtime senator of New Jersey,
so I'm gonna stop
head of the
here.
Senate Foreign Relations Committee, which he used.
You guys know Inner City Press covers other cases, so you guys make sure you go check it out. So here we go. We are starting in court. So that is correct. I did read in the transcripts that Tini Garagos only needs about an hour today to finish up with this Jane Doe, and then she'll be done. But I will say that what he said totally mirrored what I felt too, that I'm like, a lot of the questions are circular. Now, some of you guys might say, well, it's to trip her up. I don't know, but the skill set was there. And I will say that it does kind of make you question whether Jane Doe is a trafficking victim or not. She's a victim. I would agree. I don't know if she's a trafficking victim. So keep that in mind. And as Diddy Docket said right now when we were reading those the legal filings there, did the phone say legal on it? If you know, you know the joke. Shout out to Diddy Docket. And Diddy just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Diddy. Thank you. Make sure you guys are putting hearts or confettis if you've been blessed. Thank you. Okay, let's get it together. We're gonna start right now. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to everybody. Okay. So judge, this is 4 minutes ago. Once there's a motive for to fabricate, the statements cannot come in as a prior consistent statement. This fact pattern does not appear to have a previous arisen to time periods. Defense argues it would be improper. They post-date the lawsuit. Now hold up. Why am I reading this here? Here we go. So here we go. This was 18 minutes ago now. Again, we are here. Before the jury's brought in, the judge is speaking and saying that the messages at issue the defense wants to get in. Can you redact them? Comey, Garagos says, Garrigo says, we shouldn't have it. It's consistent with our theory. They opened. Judge says they didn't open the door. Comey then speaks on direct. We elicit testimony about the end of the relationship in 2024. There were no texts, but oral communication. This self-serving voice note by the defendant should not come in. By December 2023, he was trying to make a record for litigation. So, one sec, guys. Sorry, babysitter came through. I just gave it. There you go. Have a good day. All right. Okay. So, the reason why, let me tell you what happened. The reason why Teeny Garrigos had to end early yesterday with Jane Doe is because there was more evidence that Comey, I guess, hadn't reviewed or whatever, that they had to figure out if they were going to admit or not. So that's kind of what happened. So they ended early. They actually were supposed to go till 5, and they actually ended early from that. And so now Teeny Garrigos had said yesterday, I'm actually ahead of schedule. We're going to go ahead and probably end with her. I only need about an hour with her. But they anticipated that they were going to admit a lot more things, and so the evidence. And so this is the argument right now that's happening. Whether the attorney feels like this needs to be admitted. It sounds like it's a voicemail, more voicemails, more voice notes. I think that's what they're called, voice notes. Okay. So Comey, of course, responds that this is like a self-serving voice note at the end of their relationship, and he was trying to make a record for litigation. The judge speaks. What about Ms. Garrigos questioning Jane about this without introducing the voice note? Comey speaks. That too might confuse the jury. The defendant was trying to feed Jane a narrative throughout their relationship. The hearsay rule precludes this. Government speaks. If the defendant wants to take the stand and subject himself to cross-examination, that is fine. Ooh, Comey says, government says, if Diddy wants to take the stand to talk about these voice notes, about the ending of this relationship in 2024, hey, that's fine. We can have cross-examination with Diddy. The question is, my friends, the question is he going to take the stand? Because I don't think he is. But hey, okay, I could be wrong. The judge says without the voice notes would not be for the truth of the matter insert. Comey speaks. This would be a backdoor way to get in this. Judge says, so I agree with the government on those portions of the voice notes, but in order them excluded. Some questions will be permitted if you feel there become a basis for introduction. You can call for a sidebar. Now, the U.S. wants more of Jane's notes or diaries. Judge says, once there is a motive to fabricate, the statements cannot come in as a prior consistent statement. The fact pattern does not appear to have previously arisen 2 time periods. Defense argues it would be improper. They post-state the lawsuit. Okay, let's see. What do we have here? Do we have an update? Oh, we're right there. Right there. What do you guys think so far? Garnet Queen says, I love your channel. Ticket TV recommended you, and I'm glad he did. He makes us feel like we've been longtime friends. Aw, you have a great sense of humor. Stay tuned. Well, thank you so much. Oh, this made me feel so happy. Let me tell you something. I woke up and I was like, damn, I feel like I said, especially with people that are donating for the transcripts, like I'm doing my best to get ahead. And I did wake up feeling some type of way this morning because I'm like, I'm only one person and I have to cut myself some slack, and I got to sleep when I got to sleep. And so there's something going on with the super chat on the YouTube. But anyways, so I appreciate this. Really made me feel good because I did feel some type of way this morning. I was like, damn, I could have stayed up longer yesterday, but I was so tired. Like when I'm tired, I can't even read. I can't even think straight. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Carol Brooks, thank you so much for this $9.99 super sticker. Thank you, my love. So you think he will take the stand? Well, he's taken the stand before, right? Like there was the New York nightclub shooting. I was in high school when that went down, so I couldn't even tell you if I remember how that all went down. I wouldn't know. But yeah, so there's that one. And then don't forget the College City situation. The thing about Diddy is that there have been instances where, he's done a lot of stupid shit. He's almost been to that point where he would have been held accountable, but he wasn't. You know what I mean? So there's that. So I do wonder how all of this is going to pan out. But let me tell you guys, while we're waiting for an update, I have to tell you guys, man. So I was reading the transcripts for June 10th. June 10th, okay? Like at the very last part where I left. And I was telling you guys, I said, the way in which Tini Garagos is questioning this Jane Doe, it really does put into perspective, or at least for me, it kind of challenged me a little bit because I was like, I told you guys I worked in government for 10 years, right? So I know the ins and outs of a lot of stuff in terms of government and, financials and contracts and working with people and that type of stuff, right? Working with victims, working with police, working in courts. I've done it all. And I'm going to tell you guys this, okay? And you guys might agree with me and you might not, okay? Completely up to you. But there were messages between Jane Doe and independent, okay? Just Jane Doe herself without Diddy, where she was messaging some of these S workers. And this wasn't something at the direction of Diddy or anything like that. And so Tini was bringing this up like, no, you were really, getting it. This was you on your own. So I could see in June 10th in the transcripts where she was getting so flustered to the point that it's like, yeah, like, why are you asking me about, my bags? Do I own a Chanel bag? Yeah, I own a Chanel bag. Are they expensive? Yeah. Don't you have one? That type of situation. So she started getting a little bit, as they would say in the Bay Area, hyphy. Like it was just like, oh my goodness. Like she looked like she was ready to just be done. But I think that the questioning in terms of like, there is a difference between this Jane Doe and Cassie, not to minimize this Jane Doe's experience. But if we're going to talk about trafficking, we're going to talk about S trafficking, we have to be able to understand that it's a very complicated situation, if that makes sense. And there is no one size fit all for victims. But in this specific situation, I just don't think that Jane Doe fits. If there is a drop down of what S trafficking looks like, I don't think she fits in there. I don't. Not because her pain doesn't count or anything. It's not about that. It's just a simple fact that what she has presented and how she has presented herself based on how she's answering some of these questions and her own actions and behavior are very different than Cassie saying, I don't want to do this. Whereas she's wanting to please this person for various reasons. Could there have been financial stuff over her head? Absolutely. I don't doubt it. But there were times where she was a willful participant of a lot of it, and she initiated this up until recently. So I think that is a good point to kind of make. Y'all may not agree with me, but I think we have to be very careful. Whether you like Diddy or not, this is somebody's life at the end of the day, right? We want to make sure that there is no Harvey Weinstein situation 5 or 6 years later where this man was wrongfully convicted. We don't want that. Right? So that's my thought on that, but that's my opinion. You don't have to agree, just based on what I've observed so far. Okay? All right, so we have an update. So Comey speaks. She says, I know we are delayed in bringing the jury. The jury's not even there yet. And so I don't want to push about getting this in. Judge says, go ahead and push. It's just that the government already put in a lot of messages on this. Comey says, we want in her, I felt obligated 98% of the time. This, my friends, the government and I think it was the video that I did on Monday, the pre-recorded, or was it Sunday? I can't even remember. There's a video where she was on direct and Comey had asked her about these nights or whatever. And she said, well, I felt obligated 98% of the time because of this financial situation. But let me just say this. based on what the defense brought up, she had there was ample opportunities for her to have made decisions about how she wanted to live her life. And the thing about her is that, and I peeped this when I was reading it, it was like she got scared that somehow she would have been replaced by somebody else. She got very scared. Even though she didn't want to do it, even though there were times that she probably felt like, I owe this person, but it's nowhere near what it was with Cassie. Nowhere near. I believe Cassie is definitely a trafficking victim, whether she saw it or not. I definitely believe it. But Jane Doe, not so much so. And that's just my thought, but you guys don't have to agree. Okay. He was just convicted again, says Priscilla. Yeah, and I'm saying it's like we don't want another trial. You know what I'm saying? Like just making sure that people are getting all their ducks in a row so that it doesn't become a situation where it's like, well, here we are, he went on appeal and then we're back at it again and we're doing this all over again. We don't want that. We want to avoid that, right? We got to get it right. I don't think that the government, they might surprise me at cross, but so far right now, I don't think the government did a good job. With this victim. And people were questioning me yesterday, why do you think the government brought her in? I said, listen, I don't know. I don't know. I have a lot of questions about it. Okay. Let's get it together. Do we have an update? Now let me see what CNN is saying. And like I said, all right. So the judge bars defense from playing Combs audio or playing Combs December 2023 audio message to Jane for jury. Okay, so judge is like, we don't need this audio. The defense attorney, Tina Garrigo, sought to play the jury an audio message Sean Diddy Combs sent to Jane, one of his accusers testifying under a pseudonym, in December of 2023, in which he says he never knew how she felt about hotel nights. So clearly the government feels like, well, this is convenient that you say this now. Okay. Assistant U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey argued by December 2023, after Cassie Ventura's lawsuit became public, Combs was aware of the record he was creating in his communication with Jane and may have been crafting self-serving false narratives in the recording. That, my friends, I do agree. That I do agree that it shouldn't have been admitted because of that simple fact right there. He could have been very well aware that this situation, this arrest is happening and it's coming down, and I gotta fix whatever narrative I need to fix. That makes sense why they would have barred that. But okay. Judge ruled that the recording cannot be admitted, but Garrigos may ask Jane what Combs told her about his awareness of her feelings regarding hotel nights in December of 2023. And to a certain degree, if you read, like, if you understand a little bit of what the transcript is saying, right? You get the sense that Jane Doe never tells, and I'm letting you guys know, Jane Doe does not say, I don't want to do this. It typically is there's a fight or he's pictured with the girl, and then that's when she's like, well, you're like, there's a sense of like, I'm jealous and we're not doing this anymore, which is fine. But it's never like, listen, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. It's never that. So was there mixed messages there? I'm not really sure. It's so much open for interpretation. So I just wanted to point that out there. Now hold up. Oh my God, Leanne Gross, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why my phone's acting up. You know what is so crazy, guys? Okay, hold up. So we have an update, and then I'll let you know what I'm thinking. Make myself smaller. I'm going to reserve. The judge says, I'm going to reserve. Now, can we bring in Jane? Comey says, Your Honor, we made an application through your deputy. Judge says, I think it's reflected on this Post-it note. Question. Inner City Press is asking a question. Isn't it this Post-it now a judicial document? Will it be docketed? A Post-it note, by the way, is a I've had a post-it note. A post-it note can become a judicial document, by the way. Side note on that, but he's asking that, and that is true. A post-it can become a judicial document, depending on what the contexts are and what's in it. Judge says, let's have a brief discussion in the robing room with Jane and Jane's counsel. Combs, Tina Garrigo says, can I come too? Judge says, of course. Okay. The question is this about the hit list of publications Jane counsel said she would submit, but is not in the docket? That's the question. I'll tell you guys a funny story. When I worked in government, I was sitting on a case, and I was trying to get it. I think it was in a different jurisdiction. I was trying to get it dismissed. And typically, you go by minute orders. You're reading the minute orders to hear like the latest, and that kind of helps you to determine whether a case got dismissed or not. So this jurisdiction that I went to wouldn't update their minute orders for like 2 or 3 weeks. And I'm like, I need an update. So I'm talking to the judge, and the judge is like, okay, well, I'm going to write you a post-it, and I'm going to put a seal on it and consider this case closed. So I had to bring it back to the legal team, and I said, hey, can we, and they were like, yeah, oh yeah, this is considered, there's a post-it. We could definitely do something about it. So definitely post-it notes can become judicial documents. So that's interesting that he said that. Anyways, that takes me back. Okay. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for being here. Any notes? That's right. More secret meetings. Mm-hmm. You said Jane Doe isn't a victim. I believe Cassie, I believe, had buyer's remorse. And if anything, she was SA. Trafficking is a bit of a stretch to me. She's a woman scorned with a lot of regrets. Terrell, do you feel like that's for both or just Jane Doe? I guess I'm a little confused. You said, it seems a lot of people now are expressing the same sentiments as you out of Jane, including me. I felt sorry for her in the beginning, but now it seems like she was complicit. Well, I don't know if well, technically she is also an unindicted co-conspirator, right? Jane Doe is an unindicted co-conspirator. That is an accurate statement. She's still a victim. She could be a victim of assault. Sounds like she was assaulted. She is likely a victim of mutual combat. There's a lot in there. But as far as trafficking, personally, for me, I don't know if the government met its burden when it came to this Jane Doe. I think that there's something to be said and weigh in. And I think personally that I don't think it takes away from her trauma. I think she's been through a lot of stuff, wanting to be in this kind of relationship because she had a choice. I will say this. Jane Doe had a choice to be in this relationship. Now you could say, well, it's financial coercion. She would have lost her home. Yeah, that's a valid argument to make. But there's also this other side that says, if you're fighting for your life, if the home is $1 million a month, 10 million, 10,000, 8,000, you have to kind of weigh in. You're fighting for your life, right? There was a matter of choice, even in the messages, and I know you guys have not seen them because I haven't done the transcripts, but there was so much choices that were happening here. I would probably consider Diddy and Jane Doe a DV situation more so than Cassie, but that's just my opinion. I don't think that Jane Doe's testimony reaches any kind of, schmex trafficking, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's why I see. And also, it sounds like Jane Doe was, he didn't have security after Jane Doe. He didn't have a Roger Bond, what's his name? A D-Rock. He didn't have all these people like Cassie did. But there was violence. And then there was that situation where he was like pushing her to participate in a hotel night. But like I said, there was a matter of choice. There's a lot of choices that she made in this situation that I think personally kind of opened the door to even that argument of like, all right, so you had options here. Whereas Cassie didn't even look like that was, there were instances where she didn't. So there's stuff that you guys have to weigh in on that. But that's my opinion. That's right. A cage made of gold is still a cage, but this cage had an open door. It did. And like I said, some of you guys may not agree with me. And of course, I will say he was probably like, maybe mentally there was a lot of mental effing with her, like, oh my God, like he found this girl, and I might get replaced. And her heart was in it. She loved him. She still loves him till this day. Okay. I don't think, had this not happened, she still would have probably been doing hotel nights, guys, honestly. But she loves him. She loved him. She still loves him. That was something that I picked up on. But yeah. And there's that. Okay. This was not you said this will for sure criminalize most relationships, as we know, if Diddy's convicted of charges. Well, like I said, I feel pretty strongly about Cassie. I think that there's something to be said about that. But this Jane Doe, I don't feel like they've met their burden on this one. Just my opinion. You said, in my opinion, prosecution should have talked more about the text threats of leaking videos if she didn't comply for this Jane Doe, right? That's what I'm thinking too. Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. You said, Rabbit, I agree. And she has a lot of, do you think her child's father would let her be homeless? She may have to downsize her home, but that's a stretch. I don't know. I don't know what the child father situation is. I think, like I said, it's unfortunate to me that her child's getting dragged into this. I don't think that's okay. You know what I mean? But then I put that on, 5 Dimes, because I think that he kind of has like permitted that, It didn't have to go this way. You don't have to. There's a lot of people that don't like the people that they've had children with, but they still have the decency and respect to say, I'm not going to trash her because I wouldn't want her to do this to me with my child, if that makes sense. I don't know. And also, you got to understand, like, it affects kids, like how you choose your partner and what you choose is something that's how you treat them. It's gonna affect them, you know. That's my thought on that. You said he got into her psyche to the point that even with the door open, she wouldn't leave. Yeah, I think she was afraid of losing him, Yanni, honestly. I think that's what it was. I think she was afraid of losing him. Mhm. She might have been afraid to leave, but I think she was, it wasn't physical in that sense. And I think part of her did not want to leave him. She was afraid of losing him. She was afraid of losing to somebody else. And that was evident to me, even in the way in which she describes these other people that he was talking to. The homegirl, you and this homegirl posted up, you and this homegirl. And I'm like, oh, tell the homegirl to take this picture down. Tell the homegirl to take this picture down. And I'm like, oh God, okay. It's because it mattered to her. Like, even though they weren't public, it mattered to her. Like, she felt like, you're not respecting, and here I have a home with your name, which was something that the other people didn't have. Okay, so maybe she felt like she had a little bit of leverage, like, well, he's gonna come home to me, but he never did, or he did rarely. I don't know. And I kind of wonder, and I hate to put it this way too, but I wonder if Diddy felt like, well, not only that was he using her, because I do think that he was using her, but if he felt sorry for her too. Because of, like, it's almost like this. It's almost like maybe Diddy felt like, damn, if I do this girl wrong, she could tell, 5 Dimes about it, and then 5 Dimes is a troll, so he's going to troll this out here and put it all out there and say all kinds of things, which I think would probably happen. You know what I mean? Like, vice versa. I think she was worried that he was worried about that, like, oh man, you're going to expose me to 5 Dimes, and this could be a big thing for me, and I could lose, if that makes sense. Yeah, reciprocity, I would say, for sure. And you guys know that 5 Dimes would have trolled, because that's what he does. He's doing it now, um yes. Okay, so the judge and the attorneys are still in the robing room. Oh my God. Okay, well, let me do this then. Is this June 10th? I mean, like, I could show you guys an example. Like I said, I was reading this early in the morning. Okay, and I could show you guys an example of like something that Teeny Garagos put this out, and I was like, it just kind of didn't really escape me. So we talked a little bit last night about how she was getting mad about Diddy doing like photos on Instagram with other women, right? And then she would say, like, for example, I think this is where we left off. This is what she would say. I'll give you guys an example since we're here. While they're in the robing room, and I'm going to keep my eye on Inner City Press unless there's an update, and there isn't. Okay. So, like, for example, I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. This is where we left off last night, right? Right here. And she says, in her answer, referring to like messages, she says, this here is upsetting for me because he's reaching out to me specifically talking about a fantasy or specifically initiating conversations regarding me having S with two men. And so here I am thinking, assuming that he's just genuinely thinking about me, but it's about these men. And then I look online and I see that he's spending quality time with another girl. The things that I would have preferred that he messaged me about, but this was the dynamic. So here, this is where the frustration starts because I'm being woken up, being talking about men, and then Garrigo says another girl is posting being with him. Exactly. And you hadn't gotten on the plane yet, right? No. You were still in your bed in Los Angeles. Yes. And then you said, let's sit this one out because you were upset, right? Have a beautiful day, right? Yes. I'm definitely feeling some type of way. Yes. And because then the next message that it reads and receives from you is homegirl is posting about being there with you, right? Yes. So I genuinely thought, she's reading the message. So I genuinely thought you were just missing me. Is that in reference to the voice note that we just heard? She answers, Jane Doe, that is correct. Okay. And then you say, I thought on a quick 2-day trip, you wanted to see me, but you wanted Don and Sly moments within that time, hotel vibes, right? That is correct. Okay, let's go to the next page. And then you say you hadn't gotten on the plane yet, right? And you say, so I come in and do that while you go back to being laid up and booed for days. I see what I'm turning into in your eyes while homegirl is literally ran through and F's your friends behind your back. And did you get her an effing Chanel bag on top of that? LOL crazy. I don't like how you're treating me and what I'm seeing. I need a breather and a break from you. This doesn't make me feel good at all. Your true intentions with me are in plain sight. Hope you had a great Thanksgiving. Okay, so Teeny was reading that. She says, right? Okay. Says, yes. And you say, don't you effing miss me? And you're bored over there? Just don't say ish to me at all. You don't deserve me, right? She says, yes. Okay, so then they're unpacking this message, okay? So, and it's not like Diddy's like, hey, get your ass over here. We about to do a freak off. This is what's going to happen. It doesn't even happen that way when it comes to this Jane Doe, okay? So, honestly, I'm just letting you know, I feel like the way in which they met, Diddy was like messing with this other girl, meets Jane Doe, messing with this other girl who's also engaged. There was like an assignment here, it seems like, between all of them. So it is giving that maybe he made her believe that, oh, I got her house, this could be like for us to be together. But in reality, she's seen all of this play out. And she's not despite all the UTIs, despite all of this, like she's in love with them. She's in love with them and accepted some of these things that, in really horrible situations, some of the trafficking victims wouldn't be accepting. They wouldn't want this shit sometimes. It's like, what? You have to put things into compartments when it comes to things like that. So did he know? Like, it's a lot of questions that I have, but that's just giving you guys an example of like And they're still in there. Let me see. Hold up. Yeah, simply Nikki. It's giving that. And I don't, like I said, I think that we have to, like I said, I don't take away from her that she's been victimized. I think she's been victimized. I just don't know if she's an trafficking victim per se. Does she meet that qualification based on that? Is she for that? Cassie, I think it's a different story. This Jane Doe, I just can't. I don't know. I'm conflicted a little bit about that. But yeah, but you guys let me know. It seems like Diddy likes women fighting over him. I think that he never got married, right? Like he likes to have choices, you know? And honestly, I think he wanted to be with men more than women. Like I said before, I think he was DL and he because he couldn't, just approach a man and struggled with his own acceptance. It seems to me that he found something out of watching it happen to a woman. I don't think he gives a ish about women. I don't think he loves women. I don't. But I think that coming from his background and the culture and the perspective, it's a little bit different, the acceptance of things, what's acceptable in the culture and what isn't. In the Black and Latino culture, it's very difficult to you know be open about your preferences. That's a real thing. It's just not accepted. Not as it just isn't. It's getting a little bit better now. I see that things are kind of changing, but it seems like every time things change, people take a step back, when it gets a little too scary, if you know what I mean. But that's just my assessment of the situation. That's how I see it. You said so. This Jane has made it harder on the jury to be without doubt. Cause look at all of us normal people trying to figure it out. Well, I don't know. I think it's a hard one, But again, I don't take away from the things that she's been through or hasn't been through. But I think we have to be very careful about what is falling under that umbrella. And I mean, they're still in the robe room. They're still arguing over this. So let's see. Why don't I keep going here? And then I'm going to stop. And then we can, if they start, I'll keep my phone on just to see kind of where they're at. Okay. Is that cool? Should we keep reading? And this is, again, just the unpacking of June 10th. This is where we didn't get to. I was really tired after this. Should we keep going? Let me know. Yeah, and then Diddy was paying for her legal counsel. That's right. Hey, Franny Law. But let me know. Should we keep reading? Let me know. Thank you. You said, Jacqueline says, sure. Okay, while we wait, because we're waiting for an update. I don't think we have one yet. Keep reading. Okay, please. Okay, so this is June 10th. So Teeny and Jane Doe, they're unpacking what she just said, right? So she says, Teeny says, let's unpack that. You're saying, so I come in, meaning if you were to travel there, he'd go back to being laid up with the girl for days, right? She responds, just rewind a little bit. So I mean to say, so I come in, meaning, and do that, meaning hotel nights. And then while you go back, meaning after you go back to being laid up, which means spending quality time and booed up for days with another girl he's dating and giving this girl quality time, and not me after I've done a hotel night with strangers. Okay. And then you say, and did you get her an effing Chanel bag on top of that? LOL, crazy. She responds, yes, my misdirected anger towards the women when my anger is truly for him and how mistreated I feel in this relationship. Okay. The question continues. And are you mistreated because this other person got a Chanel bag? Why are you saying Chanel bag? I'm being mistreated because the pressure that my partner was putting me was for me to have S with strangers. And when he leaves me, he goes and spend quality time in shopping and dining, et cetera, with the others. Did this person post a Chanel bag on their stories? She says, yes. On Instagram? And didn't you get a Chanel bag? This other person was getting a Chanel bag, right? No, I only got trauma. This is when she says that, where everybody was talking about. Tina Garagos asked her, and didn't you get the Chanel bag? This other person was getting a Chanel bag, right? She says, no, I only got trauma. You got a Van Cleef necklace, right? She responds, there was that. And then you got a Bogota bag, right? After 3.5 years, I really don't think I garnered much from this relationship. What is a Bogota bag? She says, I'm sure you have one. This is where Teeny and Jane Doe have a back and forth. She's like, what is a bodega bag? I think it's bodega. She goes, I'm sure you have one. She says, I actually don't. What is a bodega bag? It's a high-end luxury purse for women. How much do bodega bags run? How much does my body cost? She says. Then the court interjects and says, Jane, I'm going to ask you to just respond to Miss Garagos' question, and your lawyer can follow it up. Okay, thank you. So that gives you guys an idea of why it got so heated around that time. The courtroom, we're waiting. I don't think we have an update. Do we have an update? Here it is. Update. So they're still in the robing room. This was 3 minutes ago. Bodega. Thank you. See, y'all know I don't even have a bag like that. Okay. Bodega. I'm thinking it's Bogota. Bodega. Designer. Okay. So it's still in the robing room, but whatever is being discussed has not been docketed despite this prior granted application by Inner City Press. What do you guys think they're talking about? They're still in the robing room? In the robing room, nothing's on the record. I don't know, man. We're waiting. That's why I was like, should I just continue reading? What's going on? Nothing is going on. Let me show you guys. CNN, this was 7 minutes ago. Combs huddles with some of his lawyers while others are with the judge. Okay, so Sean Diddy Combs has been talking intensely with 3 of his lawyers while his other attorneys, prosecutors, and Jane Doe's attorneys have been with the judge in the robing room. Oh, you know what? So Combs' sister Keisha is in the courtroom. So far, the only one in his family member to attend today. Don't forget that Jane Doe's attorney had an issue with, specifically, I'm going to say what he said, YouTubers who released her information. So there's like a list of YouTubers that are, this was being said in the courtroom, who were bound by the court order too, of course, not to release their information. So they're in there giving their, the watching the trial, but then they're going outside to do their content. I know of a couple of YouTubers that have said something that I'm like, I don't know why you would chance that to go, just like literally. I think so too. That's what they're doing, because they were supposed to submit letters on this and people were supposed to make decisions. Harwood Facilities Manager says they're talking about the phone Diddy hid from the feds, same robing discussion topic on Monday. I don't know if they're doing that. Honestly, they have to submit some filings on that. If it's Jane Doe's attorney, I think it has to do with the podcasters or the YouTubers. We'll find out who gets kicked out. Can you imagine spending that much money to go to New York? Because it's expensive. Hell, some of those YouTubers have a bank to do that. I don't, but imagine spending that much money to go to New York and then be kicked out. Thank you. What about, see? I bet if they clanked down on them, everyone would stop. Academics is the one that's promoting all these other YouTubers that are saying the names. I mean, that would suck, but hey, man, that's what happens to you. I don't know. I think people would know better. That people don't have like that courtroom decorum. We have to be careful. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I agree, Rabbit. She said a few things that seem like she's living a soap opera or something. Not so. Yeah, there's a lot that Cassie. There's a difference, and that's just my opinion. You guys are entitled to yours. I've said it time and time again. Um, it's my opinion. You guys do your research however you land. I'm not here to convince you on that. I struggle with the Jane Doe a little bit. Do they get a ticket if they get kicked out? No, Laura. They just get kicked out for the rest of the hearing. They don't get no tickets. You won't be. I mean, I guess it depends, but you can be sanctioned, and your sanction could be that you're just no longer allowed in the courtroom for this trial. That could happen, but I don't think you'll get a ticket. Yeah. Yeah, I cannot imagine being the type of person to ignore court. I would be nervous, like, honestly, but I think that some of the podcasters or YouTubers have been there for like weeks, so they get kind of complacent or something. But like who said her name? Atisa said her name a couple. Atisa, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, she has to slow down a little bit because when she talks, she's on 10 and she's talking so fast, and it's like, she said her name, and I don't know if she got in trouble for that, but she did say her name a couple times. I heard it. There's a clip out there. There's a couple clips. And that's no shade on her. I think she's doing a great job, but she honestly, like, she went fast and she kept saying the name over and over. And not only that name, but the other lady's name too. So Mia's name. So you have to be careful, Oh, that's the one that I'd be talking about. See, she's got to be careful, But like I said, like, I talk really, really fast. You heard it for sure. I heard it. Nobody can say they didn't hear it. I heard that she was even willing to pay $10,000 to the person who said it. I heard it, Leisha. I heard it. And there's clips out there. But like I said, that's why I said she got to slow down a little bit. She has to slow down because when and then she tried to play it off with the Scooby-Doo situation. I'm like, okay. Yeah, that's what I got to say about that. You have the screen recording. There's a lot of screen recordings out there. I didn't, because I knew somebody was going to catch that. I said, oh, somebody's going to catch that. But like I said, I don't think that she did it on purpose. I think that she just talks so fast that she just kind of gets excited. And yeah. But yes, we'll see. But I mean, like I said, hopefully she doesn't. Like I said, people spend a lot of money to be out there. She's really good at what she does. She just talked too fast. I know. Show me my money. Yeah. You said, although Jane's situation is different to Cassie, doesn't trafficking come into it because they were still flying and working men for the hotel nights? I think that's what has to be established. And honestly, Tasha, did they fly Sly, Don? What's the other worker? Sly, Don, and there were some other ones. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I just think that there were some aspects of the testimony that I kind of wonder, did they meet that burden there? I don't know. Paul, that's right. Paul. Oh, yes. And Turks too. That's right. You're right, Linda. Turks too. And Caicos and Bahamas and all of that. Who knows? Maybe this testimony was strong. I just think that based on the people that I've talked to that were in there, they were saying that the jury was just like, struggling with this Jane Doe. How many more witnesses do they have? I think they have. Did they say 3 more? There might be 3 more. 3 more. That's what I think they said. Life lessons and lions. Yeah, wouldn't the guys be trafficked? I think that would qualify under that, but I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Now at this point, I'm kind of like wondering it all because they kind of threw me off a bit with this Jane Doe. Even people in my chat were saying, I don't know, man. And even the lawyers, like I was showing your guys' video clip on, what is it? Good Logic, who's a lawyer from New York. He was giving commentary about this, and he was talking about how it doesn't seem like they've met that burden. Okay, here we go. We have an update. So So they were in the robing room. Counsel, including the Jane, are still in the robing room with the judge. Sean Combs has been taken by marshals back into the holding cell, bathroom break. And so, what topic would witness Jane counsel be getting so play as to make the jury wait? Okay. Oh my God. All right. This 12 seconds. Counsels are back from the robing room. Now Agnifilo, Shapiro, Steele huddle around Combs, talking with them. A decision to be made? What the hell is going on? Listen. Okay. What's going on? You know what, Felicia? They should have brought all the escorts. They didn't bring all the escorts. Not all. What about Jules, right? Oh my God, James. Thank you. Thank you, James. You're amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are amazing. Thank you. He must have nodded in the courtroom. Something happened. So it was Jane's attorney, okay, who, by the way, is paid for by Sean Diddy Combs. Jane's attorney is paid for by Sean Diddy Combs. That attorney. It's about the identity being outed, right, Savannah? I'm there with you. You think it's about the phone, not the YouTubers? I think it's about the identity. Why would Jane's attorney have anything to do with the phone? I'm wondering. You said the other escorts probably refuse? Yeah, there were so many escorts. Why haven't the prosecution showed the flight itineraries or financial statements to prove it? Because so far it's just been Cassie and what Jane said. Well, if he's on a private plane, I don't know if you would, I don't know, like commercial flights, I think would be, maybe some of this is under seal. There's that. So some stuff could be under seal, but also he has a private jet. Financials is probably under seal too. So there's maybe some things that we just won't see because they're under seal. But yeah. Thank you. Thank you. You said, I only watch it here or watch the courtroom update, a very small creator who's there. Gotcha. I think that people, not everybody, like Pinche Becky, people are following this in different ways. You know what I mean? Like they don't sit, like, I think I followed this way too much. I could probably tell you a bunch of things. You said, can somebody listen at the judge's door? Let me grab a glass. You know how they would grab a glass and they just listen if we can get. I want to see what's going on in the robing room. I want to see what's going on in the robing room. Rabbit, can you tell the mods not to time us out? Well, I cannot tell the mods that. No, I can't, because that's why I have mods. Just don't do the most in the chat and then you won't get timed out. But yes. Yeah, we heard about this. We just talked about it. I read you guys the legal stuff, the motions, but I don't know if that's what they're talking about. Okay, lawyers return from judge's chamber. The lawyers have returned from their huddle. The judge's robing room. Diddy Combs talking to his attorneys. Okay. And Maureen Comey walks over to her team, smiles, and shrugs her shoulders. Why is she shrugging her shoulders? Oh my God. Yes, we were just talking about that. Yep. You said the fact that he's paying for her attorney still, what do you think about that? Yeah, I mean, that attorney that is there is paying for them. You know what I mean? Thank you. You are truly unbiased. You do not try to point this trial either way. That's, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it, Moni. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you for being an unbiased commentator. Thank you. You're in the comments. Thank you. Okay, there's a lot of evidence under seal, so there's probably stuff we don't even know. All right, I think we have an update. So this is coming maybe 2 minutes behind. Now Xavier Donaldson goes from middle to back table to talk with Combs. Meanwhile, Agnifilo is in the front talking with AUSA Comey. Jane's still not on the witness stand. What the hell is going on? I would be there and I'd be like taking notes. What's going on? What, they're going in and out of the robing room. What is going on? Is my stream glitching? My name doesn't matter. Why are everybody's streams glitching out? Annoying. I have been going between here, BJ, and it's crazy. Hers is glitching. Rabbit just goes black. Am I the only one? I feel like it might be glitching too. Um, get it in and out of the app, like close out the app and then come back in. That's what happens to my thing too. Um, that's what happens. So yeah. I don't know. They're going in and out. I don't think it's the phone that they're meeting in the roving room for. I think it's because of the YouTubers that disclose to Jane's information. But I don't know. I'm not there, so I could be wrong. You said if there's a mistrial, I don't know if I have the energy to do it all over. Listen, that Karen Reed case, where are we at? Have you guys been following the Karen Reed case? Because that case is a effing mess. That case is an effing mess. Okay, here we go. 10:11 a.m. Now Nicole Westmoreland, too, is back with Combs. He sits surrounded by 5 or 6 lawyers, talking and gesturing with his hands. Something's going on. Something's going on, you guys. Something is going on. Oh my God. This is a lot. Can I just like hear what they're thinking? Seriously. They're planning the lunch for the day, minds y'all. You're like, all of this for them to plan the lunch for the day. Did defense rested yesterday? Oh my God. So where are they at now? Oh, see that? Is she going to be found guilty or not? Because that case was a hot mess last year. And I was about this close to covering it last year. This guy said, oh, I'll cover it. But you know what? It is just too crazy. People get too crazy on YouTube over that case. It's more crazier than on Diddy. Like, it's just too crazy. Too crazy to cover that case. What do you guys think? You just got, don't worry, Mags. You're fine. There's so much going on in the courtroom. There was a filing on the 9th. People are just now catching on about this filing. Here we are. We're waiting. The lawyer for Jane Doe met with the judge and the attorneys in the roving room, and we're speculating that it could be about YouTubers. The other one, a speculation, people are saying it could be about the phones. I don't know. There's something going on, y'all. Something's going on. You said they basically in 2 weeks said nothing new. Okay, he did freak offs. Need something close to baby, to body. LOL, need more tea. You said there's no way we need to repeat this trial again. What if it's deadlock? What if it's deadlock? What are you guys going to do then? No update. Damn, what is going on? What's up? Hold up. This was a minute ago. Lawyer returns to wait. The lawyers are back in the roving room again. They're back in the roving room. This is from CNN. Why are what is going on? Oh my God. Are we okay? Is everybody okay? They're in the roving room again. They're in the roving room. Again, they came back from roving room and now they're back in the roving room. You said they're getting tipsy. There's man, do I need some? Listen, let's just all go for it. Not an FO in the roving room. Get out of here. Breaking news. Hold up. Hold up. Let me see something real quick. What about it? Did he expose in courtroom for trying to feed false information and lying to Jane Doe on tape? Oh yeah, this is an exhibit that he's reviewing right now. It's an exhibit. We're just waiting on the trial. We're in, now no FO in the robing room. Not an FO in the robing room. Thank you, Night Owl. I appreciate it. Even though people got mad at me, they were like, can you like do it? I can't do it in order. I have to just kind of go with the flow sometimes. Yeah, it's about the audio that the defense wants to play, you think? I don't know. There's too much going on. Maybe they're having an FO in the robing room. I don't know. It is called the robing room for a reason. I think we're all glitching. Maybe YouTube is glitching. YouTube, this is not the time to glitch. We don't have time. Do you guys have time? Because I don't have time. Oh my God. Elizabeth Chambers. Oh my God. Thank you for becoming a member and Failed Pessimist has been a member for 10 months. I'm sorry. I don't know if I shouted you guys out. Other channels are glitching too. There's something going on. Yours is fine. It could just be the app itself. It could be the app, guys. If you're watching on the app, I would just keep that in mind. Thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. You're not glitching and you're in Hawaii? All right. If you guys are watching on the app, it could be the app. You said everybody on YouTube following the case, it's going to crash. Oh my God. You read on CNN? I'm on CNN and I don't see that they're debating on the audio. They could be. I don't know. But that's not, I'm on the updates. I didn't see anything. It's not YouTube, I don't think. I think it's StreamYard, maybe. StreamYard's acting up. Well, damn. If it goes down, then I'll just go on live directly from YouTube. I've never gone live directly from YouTube. Maybe once or twice. We'll do that, but I don't think it'll go down. You said you're on the app and no glitch. Something's going on, guys. Something's going on in the courtroom. What is going on in the courtroom? No update. You're on an iPad and it's fine? You said Diddy got glitching demons. No, I'm just trying to figure out why they're like in the robing room again. That's what I want to know. Moni's on a PC. You think it's the audio? Ooh-wee. Well, dang. You said they're getting phone calls on Tootsie Roll phones. Yeah, they're having an intense debate. I mean, literally, guys, we were supposed to start an hour ago. Aren't we like already an hour behind? Something's going on. Something's going on. Something's going on. Watch this. Telling you, this something's going on. Oh man. Jane Doe, I said the same thing. I said, watch, they're having an FO. It's a robing room. They're having an FO in a robing room. Lord have mercy. Telling you, I never even knew what an FO was if it wasn't for Diddy's case. I'm telling you. See, instead of doing all this, I could have been reading the transcripts and finishing up yesterday's transcripts. It is what it is. You said, I think it's likely that it could be about the juror from, oh, yes. Americ. Is it Americ? Don't forget this. People are forgetting about this juror. Juror number 6. People, don't forget about that juror. Juror number 6, okay? Yeah. It could be that too. They should have started an hour ago, I think, right? Well, where are we at? 8, 9, 10. Yeah, an hour ago. An hour ago and what, 20 minutes? I know. Y'all are out of control with the robing. We're trying to be funny. They're having an FO in the robing room. Y'all, I appreciate the sense of humor, guys. I appreciate the sense of humor. You said they're playing spin the bottle on the baby. Oh my God. Hey, what do they do with all that baby oil that they collected from Diddy? Do they like do they destroy it, or they return it back, or do they donate it to somebody? Oh, see, it's the same one. It's the same letter that we just read. Shout out to Mims. A mind's a terrible thing to waste. No, but and seriously, it's like, what do they do with that baby oil? Do they like donate it, keep it? Ugh. Okay. Anyways, how do you destroy baby oil? Don't you just flush it down the toilet? They said cases and evidence of baby oil. I don't know. Well, they have to destroy it. They have to destroy that baby oil, because that's just gross, don't you think? Oh my God, Harwood facilities manager. Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $5 robing room super chat. FO in the robing room right now. They put it in the incinerator, Tracy. Damn, man. All right, so did we solve the mystery about what happened? Who lit Kid Cudi's car on fire? Are you guys still with Janice? Where did we? Was it KK? Where did we land on? Because I still can't get over that. I was thinking about that the other day, and I said, well, did we ever find out who actually set the car? What female set the car on fire? That's what we want to know. Who did it? It felt like Clue. That's what I want to know. Wouldn't that make it it is a derobing room, minds y'all. I think that's what it's called. It's called the derobing room. Judge's robing room, or derobing, or judge's chambers. Oh, see, it won't be destroyed until all appeals are done. So that is still, so they still have to keep that as evidence, Coco's mom? That's interesting. You said no one knows, or really, well, that Preston, that is the mystery that we all want to know. We want to know. I want to know what happened to Diddy. Who said that? Who said Kid Cudi's car on fire? I'm on CNN. I don't see an update. Oh, yeah. Lawyers were this was a minute ago. Lawyers returned to judge's robing room. Lawyers are retreating once again to the judge's robing room. Sean Diddy Combs' son have arrived at the courtroom, as noted earlier, with his sister Keisha. So here's the recap of the activity. Court activity today has consisted of the lawyers talking with the judge, either in the courtroom or in the robing room. The jury has not come in, and no witnesses has taken the stand today. The judge this morning ruled that the audio messages that Combs sent to Jane in December of 2023 cannot be admitted, but the defense may ask Jane questions. What Combs told her about this awareness of this feeling regarding hotel nights in that month. Hotel nights, according to earlier testimony, where sexual encounters involving male entertainers would happen. Yeah, that's where we're at. You said Diddy might take a plea. Well, when? Is he like, all right, I'm done? Is he able to take a plea now? I isn't there a time limit to that? Yeah, they did. They went back to the robe. They're like in and out of the robing room. Just give the baby. No, that don't even sound sanitary, Moni. Like, doesn't baby oil have like a shelf lifetime or something? Like, doesn't it expire at some point? Now I want to know. Let me ask Google. Does baby oil expire if unopened? Yes. See? No, this says right here. Yes, baby oil can expire. Most commercially available baby oils have a shelf life of 3 to 5 years when unopened. After opening, it's typically 1 to 2 years. Okay? I feel like we just had a moment right now, and I want to make sure that I treasure this moment by saying this. I didn't know that there was a shelf life for baby oil, 3 to 5 years. If it's unopened. Yeah. Yeah. That's quite the moment for us. Okay. Let's go. Where are we at? Come on. This is unacceptable behavior. Jane Doe is refusing to testify. What? Where you hear that? Leisha, let me know. I think they find new information they can afford a plea deal. If there's new information, damn. Listen. The new entire generation of new moms is cursed. None of them will be able to buy baby oil without thinking of the diddler. Thank God. Send the baby oil to Kanye. Oh my God. Did he change his name again? Let me know. They're saying she's missing? Who's saying she's missing? What? I know. Where? What? Nah. No. Who said that? Who said that she's missing? No way. She's in there. They're ready to testify her. Oh my God, y'all. I swear. Where, Medusa? Tell me. Lord have mercy. You said never. Yeah, don't ever use baby. Johnson & Johnson is a horrible company, guys. Honestly, they are a horrible company, especially with all that talcum powder situation. They say she's missing, but she's in the courtroom. How is she missing? They're waiting for her. They're not waiting for her. She's a witness. Medusa, who said that she's missing? I haven't heard yet. Let me know. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm looking. I don't see anything. When did she go missing? Oh man. Yeah, they do. Johnson & Johnson is a horrible company, guys. Horrible company. Wait, Ye changed his name to Ye? Oh my God. I can't keep up. All these people changing their names too much. How is she escaping she's in the federal prison. Yeah, in the building. Not the prison, the building. I'm telling you. There is something we have been here. I should have just read the transcripts, honestly. Here I'm like wasting time. I'm like, we could have been done reading some stuff. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't think she is. I haven't heard anything. Yeah, her lawyer is there and not her. Really? So her lawyer, they went into the chambers room. She has to be there. She has to be there. She cannot not be there. What happened? Did she decide not to show? WP said lawyers are coming in and out. Diddy looks upset. Let me see. There's something going on, guys. Washington Post says lawyers for Diddy Combs are expected to wrap up their cross today. She's supposed to be there. But 4 minutes ago, since the judge called both lead counsel into his room more than 30 minutes ago, the floor has been buzzing with activity. Attorneys have been coming in and out of the courtroom, huddling with their teams. Prosecutors and defense lawyers are firing their phones and papers. The lead counsel returns to the courtroom briefly before disappearing again. The judge has been trying to keep this lengthy trial on a tight schedule. The fact that so much time has been dedicated to whatever was discussing in the robing room, piqued interest. Combs appears visibly upset. What the hell is going on? Are they going to call a mistrial? Oh my God. What is going on? I got What is going on? What's going on? God, I wish somebody could go and let people know. I don't know, Yanni. That's what they're saying. The lawyer's there. I'm having a hard time believing that she wouldn't have shown up. We're trying to figure out what is going, guys. We are literally an hour and 30 minutes. We should have started an hour and 30 minutes ago. Yeah, you said Matthew reported that Jane, she sounds like she's there. Okay, here we go. A minute ago. Now Combs speaking one-on-one with Nicole Westmoreland as Disco and Xavier Donaldson stand between the tables. This all began before 10 a.m. More than half an hour now. We're waiting. Oh my God. I have to say something. Let me quote. Something is going off at the hashtag Diddy trial. Something's going on. Something is going on. I know, but I think we're all trying to figure out like what's going. Is it what they filed this morning? Well, they didn't file that phone thing this morning. That was on June 9th. What else? What's happening? You said Jane is meeting with the judge and the lawyers. What's? I'm telling you, man, something's. We go find out. Oh my God. Is she gonna say I don't want to testify anymore? They're supposed to wrap up today. They only have an hour, according to the New York Post. Okay, let me check the New York Post. Thank you, Alexis. As much as I hate the New York Post because of all the ads that they have, testimony gets started late as accuser lawyer meets with the judge behind closed doors. So lawyers meet with judge behind closed doors. Diddy Combs' accuser, ex-girlfriend, has been behind closed doors. So she's there. She's there, guys. So she did show up. Has been behind closed doors with the judge and the lawyers for roughly 30 minutes, causing testimony to be delayed. Could she cause a mistrial? Jane, an influencer who dated Combs until his arrest, who called the judge and her lawyer and the other lawyers in the case to meet in chambers around 9:30 a.m. The judge didn't say what they would be discussing, and the meeting is still going on. Trial usually begins after 9 a.m. most days. Thursday will be Jane's sixth day on the witness stand. Her testimony has been slated to wrap up by lunch today, but it is unclear if the delay will push that back. I think that's going to push it back. Clearly, it just makes you wonder. I just posted something. Okay, thank you, Maggie. I'll definitely. I mean, Mims is live, so I don't want to be interrupting his live. I don't play the lives, but I'm gonna stay on. So yeah. Remember, tomorrow's Friday the 13th. There's that too. Well, that's what they said, but I think that they're still arguing about that. I don't think that's an issue on something else. I don't know. You guys could say that, but I feel like this is something more than that. I could be wrong because I feel like they would have made an issue. They did that filing on June 9th. June 9th was Friday. I think it has something to do with Jane Doe, guys. Honestly, I think it has something to do with Jane Doe. You know, she might have second thoughts about her testimony. She may have lied and could have caused both sides to scramble, and the prosecution may have to remove her testimony. And she's the major one. She's one of the major. Well, her and Cassie was one of the major ones. Thank you. I'm wearing a lip stain. Thank you, Miss O. Appreciate it. I am wearing a lip stain. Yeah, I think Mims is talking about the new evidence that they found yesterday. So I don't think that that's pertaining to what's happening here. I think what's happening here is separate from that. But yes. Let's see. Do we have an update? Let's see. CNN prosecutors and defense attorneys are conferring with Jane's lawyer. Another defense attorney is updating a team surrounding Combs. What's going on? He's saying Jane's identity has been jeopardized. Well, come on, guys. Like, I don't know. Mandy, the Jane Doe, this has been a couple of days that's been going on, and she is a public figure, quasi-public figure, you could say. She's done her own movies and modeling careers, and content creator. That was the question that we had: is why was she a Jane Doe? Because of her public persona, but the father of her child put her out there publicly several times, and they haven't done anything about that. So I don't think that's the thing. It's like YouTubers get such a bad rap. That's not on YouTubers. Check on 5 Dimes. He did it first in academics. So let's not, I don't know, like several days, and it wasn't by a lot of us. That's what I'm like. Like I said, I empathize with the fact that she wants to remain private, and she should, because she's been through some stuff. But at the same time, it's like, who started that? See, Mims is talking about content creators that are exposing content creators that said witness his name. There you go. I told you guys that might be the issue, as well as maybe some other things. But I'm like, why do they do this now? Why didn't they do this yesterday? They literally ended on time yesterday. They could have waited. They ended early. Why did they do this? They should have done this yesterday, guys. Honestly. Amanda's like, I checked 5 times. But yes. Let's see. CC viewers are going in chat, putting details in the CC that are in the courtroom, says Lydia. That's crazy, man. Harwood says 100% this is judge's combo. Really, Harwood? All right. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Guys, please and thank you. I really appreciate it. If you guys can support by hitting the like button. Let's see. That one girl. Shout out to you. Thank you for watching us on 3 different devices. I think that's dedication. Shout out to you. Thank you. I appreciate you. It has to be something important. Like, they literally were on schedule up until this morning. Something happened. Something happened, y'all. You said, Washington Post says, thank you. We got some updates from Washington Post. At this point, the jury still hasn't entered the courtroom, and we're running an hour and a half behind. Whatever the court is discussing, it's no small matter. The 2 sides are back huddling among themselves. It's not clear when testimony will pick back up again. Sean was very animated during the court's extended break. It's unclear what was being discussed in the judge's robing room, but we can't even get a transcriber there, so we don't even know what the transcripts are going to say there. Like, we don't know what's going to be said there. It could be about Juror 6. It could be about the phone. It could be about Jane Doe. It could be about a bunch of things. Update now. Hold up. Intercity Press says, 10:38, a moment ago, Combs was smiling, even laughing. Now he puts his heads down in his hands. So what was on the Post-it note? And then it will be docketed. And will it be docketed? Remember I told you about the Post-it note? So Diddy was fine, and he was laughing and smiling. And now he puts his head in his hands. So what was on the Post-it note, and when will it be docketed? Listen, the plane isn't landing in the morning, y'all. This is too much. You said Jane is their judge. Jane is their judge. Said, let's have a brief discussion in the robing room with Jane and Jane's attorney. Garrigo says, can I come too? Yes. That's what was said. So Washington put in there that it's been a little bit, it's unclear what's going on. Wearing a yellow sweater. Okay, again, wearing a Mr. Rogers sweater. Doesn't Mr. Rogers wear like yellow and red? I think those are his 2 colors, right? Wearing a yellow sweater, Combs was seated as his stable of lawyers stood around him. He appears to be talking passionately with his hands. At one point, he appeared to be tapping his fingers as though counting out talking points. His lawyer stood sober-faced and attentive as he spoke. The lead counsel and prosecutors, as well as Jane's attorney, have returned to the robing room to continue talking with the judge. Something's going on, y'all. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is this no bueno? This is no bueno. Vanessa says, who passed or asked who passed the post-it note to whom? Let's see that. Let's see. Let me see. I could tell you because we were just talking about the post-it note, and I gave a story about post-it notes. So Comey said, here it is. So this was an hour ago. Judge says, I think it is reflected on a post-it note. What was reflected on? So Comey had said, we want in her, I felt obligated 98% of the time. The judge says, I'm going to reserve now we can bring Jane in. So Jane was always there. Then the government speaks. Your Honor, we made an application through your deputy. The judge says, I think it's reflected on a post-it note. Isn't this post-it note now a judicial document? Will it be docketed? So that was an hour ago. They've been in this room. Damn. This is... Okay, here we go. 10:40 a.m. Ms. Guerra goes, are you ready to proceed? Okay, I guess we're back on. Agnivolo says, we had this discussion in the back. Mr. Combs was not present. I would like to lodge this objection. We litigate this over pseudonyms. Let's take a step back. Another one? Huh? Another one. Oh my God. Let's take a step back. Let me see what CNN is saying. We got a new update from CNN. Lawyers merge from judges' chambers. That's 9 minutes ago. The lawyers who were in the robing room are coming back out after a roughly 20-minute huddle. A prosecutor and a defense attorney are conferring with Jane's lawyer. Another defense attorney is updating the team surrounding Combs. Okay, are we going to go? What's going on? It's not even Friday yet. It's Friday Eve. That's what it is. Here we go. I can clear this courtroom if we need to. Agnivolo says, no need. I will conform my comments to an open court. A reason trials and names are public is so people who were there can come forward. We object to a pseudonym with Mia. Now this. What the hell is going on? Judge starts with, I can clear this courtroom if we need to. Why would we need to clear the courtroom? And then he says, no need. I will conform my comments to an open court. A reasons trial and names are public is so people who were there can come forward. We object to a pseudonym with Mia. Now this what? It has to do with the Jane Doe, guys. That's what this is about. I don't think it has to do with the phone. Here it is. The events in the hotel room on January 24, 2024. I appreciate the balancing, but we maintain the constitutional right to a fully public trial remains. We didn't consent to these events should be not fully public. What events? This is the last update. Let's see what CNN is saying. No update from CNN. Washington. What is going on? I think this is over her identity, right? Hearing to what Jane Doe doesn't want to testify. Maybe that's what it has to do with. Like, Jane Doe doesn't want to testify to certain events. I don't know. You know what? You're right. See, I'm kind of there with you. I am so over these arguments happening in secret. Literally, like, it seems like there's a lot going on and we don't even, I don't know. It just seems so off. Okay, here we go. Do we have an update? It's my phone. It's tripping. Mm-mm. Anyways, here it is. Part of the public's nature of the trial is for the information to reach the public so other witnesses can come forward. I want my client to hear this. Okay. Judge says, Ms. Comey says, as long as you answer remains no, we are fine. Huh? Watch. I hope that this is the case that YouTubers start getting kicked out of the courtroom. That would be horrible. Let me see what they're arguing about. Yeah, I'm confused by this. Can y'all decipher what that is? I told you there were some. I told you some people said the name accidentally because they were like in a hurry to deliver the news, and then they try to play it off with the Scooby-Doo stuff. And then I told you guys, and it wasn't just one time, it was multiple times. So that's crazy, man. Guys, the marshals are looking into this. Like, literally. I don't know why people are playing around. Anyways, Comey says their argument to say the name is an attempt to harass, says Comey. Judge says, and this event in the hotel is not one of the alleged acts of trafficking. It's just collateral. It's not a real concern. Comey says the identity of those there is not a defense. I'm so lost by this, but maybe we'll get some more clarity on this. That's what it sounds like. They're going to lodge an objection. Welcome, everybody. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please. And thank you. Can you get us to like 700 likes? They're trying to out someone we haven't seen, says Mrs. Hill. There's something going on. I'm so confused. I feel like I'm reading some. Okay, hold up. Washington Post posted. Nothing. Hold up. Mark Agnifilo, Sean Combs' lead attorney, just made an arm gesture in the courtroom. The other defense attorneys are laughing, and Combs himself cracked a smile. Prosecutors are huddled at the area, and the audiovisual engineer for the courtroom was called in to set up a special headphone for lawyers to listen to evidence. It's a roller coaster on the courtroom floor, and no one is quite sure what happened. So even the people in the courtroom are like, what is going on? But they're arguing. What's the update on that? Okay. Here it is. Oh my God. Don't do this, Twitter. Okay, here it is. So, on direct, we elicit testimony about the end of the relationship in 2021. Okay, are we back? What is this? This is an hour old. Hold up, y'all. Let me see. I think it kicked me out. Okay. 2 minutes ago. Yeah, now Twitter's acting up. Here it is. All right. So Comey says on direct, we elicit testimony about the end of the relationship in 2024. There was no text, but oral communication. This self-serving voicemail, we read this. Okay, now what about Miss Garrigo's questioning Jane about this without introducing the voice note? We got into this. Okay, so where are we at? Let me see what Jules Macy is saying. Here it is. So the judge just asked Combs Garrigos if they were ready to proceed, but Agnifilo said he would like to lodge an objection. Judge then says they should pause a bit. Currently, there's an issue with the pseudonym used, to which the judge said he could clear the courtroom if needed. Agnifilo replies, there's no need to clear in the courtroom. I will conform my comments to open court. The reasons trials and names are made public is so people who were there can come forward. We object to a pseudonym with Mia. Now this. Agnifilo further goes. With regards to the events in the hotel room on January 24, 2024, though we appreciate the balancing, but we maintain that the constitutional right to a fully public trial remains. We didn't consent that these events should not be fully public. Okay. No update. That's it. And I think that's where we left off on Inner City Press too. Hold up. But there's something going on with Inner City Press's page. Here it is. Yeah, there's something going on with Inner City Press and the page. Oh my God. Twitter is tweaking. Well, Twitter is it on your side too? Let me know. Defense is saying, regardless of the pseudonym, it will reach the public and the identity could be compromised. AUSA is saying that as long as the defense says no to changing the rules, they will move forward. Thank you so much for breaking that down. You bring the $50 in the courtroom too. Bring them out. Okay. There's something going on. Let me see. That was 2 minutes. Let me see if I can go to his main page. I think his page is messing up. That was 5 minutes. The argument to say that the name is an attempt to harass, the Comey said, and then judge says, and this event in the hotel is not one that the alleged acts trafficking. It's just collateral. It's not a real concern. Comey says the identity of those is not a defense. Yeah, it kicked me out. There's something going on with Inner City Press's Twitter. Okay. Something's going on there. Maybe because she's a witness, they want her name made publicly. I believe it, Mina. I believe that there was something to be said there. Okay, hold up. What do we have? Let me see if CNN says anything. And then I'm also looking at my phone. While tension rises in the courtroom, okay, Jules has an update for us. 6 seconds. While we now wait for Jane, the issue of identifying cooperating witnesses, bringing forth rebuttal testimony from those who learn about it through the press. Okay, so we're now waiting on Jane to step up. Now, Jules Mancy says, while tension is rising in the courtroom, Mark Agnifilo strikes a Usain Bolt style arm post, which prompts laugh from the defense table. Diddy smiled briefly. That was 8 seconds ago. No update. Okay. So I guess we're waiting on Jane Doe now. Okay. Damn. Wow. So how long did that take? Are we just now starting? Telling you, I should have just done the transcript read. This was a minute ago. Show this thread. It's kicking me out of the thread. Are you kidding me? And it's only doing it with Inner City Press. Let me see something, y'all. Why are we glitching now? We can't have this right now. Hold up. Let me see if we can get to. Damn. Okay. Well, we're still waiting on an update. Okay. We're good. Yeah. Thank you. I got that there. I think we read this. I need to know what is going on. You know what I mean? He wants her identity to be known for the public, meaning the defense wants Jane Doe identity published. Like I said, I'm like, everybody knows who Jane Doe is. And if you don't, that's great. Is this about Jane's trip to Vegas with Kanye, where she saw Antoine? I think it might be that. But I thought she went on her own for Vegas. Diddy Docket is there a glitch or is there something happening with Inner City Press's page? Can you see on your end? I'm kind of curious to know if you see it on your end. Because I see it on my end where it's kicking you out of the thread again. Yeah, it's kicking me out again. Do you have that on your end? I just want to make sure it's just me. It's you too. So there's something going on with this thread. It's doing it again. Maybe. We're waiting. It's kicking you out too. Okay. Hold up. Let me see if I can. Anyone else getting kicked out of the ICP thread? Yep, it's doing it again. Okay. Well, this is where we left off. I hit show thread and it'll kick me out. So I'm just going to go to his page. And that's what I'm going to have to do. This is the latest one, which was 3 minutes ago. It's fine on your end? The X's thread is being wonky? It's just his. It's not Jules Mancy, so it's just his. But I'm going to read out of both if it keeps doing it. Is today June 12th? Yes, it is. This is crazy. Like literally crazy. Okay, let's see this one. No update. It just updated 3 minutes ago? Okay. Let me see. Here we go. Here it is. All rise. All right. Get it together. The jurors, judges speaks. I apologize how long this took. We did things to save you time. Jane, you're still under oath. Proceed. Okay, so here we go. Teeny Guerra goes, good morning. Let's look at your messages where you said, I feel as your lover and I want to please you. Push through. Dear Lord, I told you there's a lot of messages like that. There's a lot of messages like that. I didn't get kicked out, so thank God, all right? You said. All right, wake up, guys. Wake up, okay? We ready? Let me know. It's kicking you out? No reasons given? I don't know. Let's see. We're gonna push through. And we're back. And we're back. And we're back. Are we back? We're back. Order in the room, order in the court. Let me know. Mims has his header on the page. Diddy got caught hiding evidence. This mean I damn. Okay. I think everybody's having a little bit of issues this morning. Maybe there's something going on. They said they did this to save time. I'm like, I don't know, man. I feel like, is it really saving time? I don't know. Okay, Gara goes. What you really wanted was the cuddle with Mr. Combs. Jane says, our intimate time. Tell me about the mobile TV you got him. It was an LG cordless. You can move it around. Garrigo says, and you see your movies on it? Yes. What are we promoting for an LG? This is the same. I feel like we've already asked this question. Are we really asking about this? Let me know. Tweets are working now. I see it now. I see. No update. Order in the courtroom. Okay, guys, hit the like button, please, and thank you. Where are we at on these likes? Okay. It's free to like. It's free to like. Can we get to 500 likes, please? Call me as about it on direct. That's right. She did, Miss Hill, about that, about the TV, but also it was brought up again. But it goes back and forth. I don't know, like this TV or something where they were watching some of their prawn videos. Oh my God. Look at this. Is this it? Somebody put a picture. This is what the TV looks like. It's cordless. It's a stand-up TV and they were watching it through there. Oh my God. So it's an LG cordless. You can move it around. See your movies on it? Yes. There you go. It's a rollable TV. It reminds me of one of those ones that you push, right? Okay. Lawyered Up says, I forgot that she was the one who bought and gifted him the cordless TV for their post game. I didn't even know they made cordless TVs. What is a cordless TV? Like you don't plug it to the wall? Is that what that is? LG cordless enters the chat. Oh man, I know some of you guys are gonna buy that for your holidays, right? A cordless TV. It's rechargeable. Oh, I see. I didn't even know that. The more you know. I didn't even know that you could recharge a TV. Runs off a battery like a cell phone. The electricity that it must use though to just charge it. They're expensive as AF, minimum 500. Oh my God. You said you're getting one? That's crazy, y'all. I don't know. I'm sure there's like cheaper versions of it, you know. Chris Blessings is like, I need one. No. On QVC, you can get it for about $1,000. Okay. I know. I don't want anything Diddy is advertising. The LG Diddy. Oh my God. The FO edition. Let me stop. Oh my God. Okay, hold up. Judge upholds ruling barring disclosures of identity. Okay, here we go. So we have an update. From CNN. So the judge upholds ruling barring disclosures of identity from January 2024 hotel encounter. So Agnifilo asked to be put on the record that the defense objection to a ruling made in the robing room within the past hour. See, they were talking about this. The judge offered to clear the courtroom so they could discuss the matter openly for Sean Diddy Combs to hear, but Agnifilo said that that would not be necessary. Agnifilo emphasized the importance of a public trial, noting that the public proceedings can prompt members of the public to come forward with additional information about events described in the court. He briefly referenced the encounter that Jane, one of Combs' accusers, testified under a pseudonym, described in January of 2024 in a hotel room. Jane testified on direct examination that while she was separated from Combs in January of 2024, she traveled to Las Vegas. Diddy Docket called this and said Vegas. To Las Vegas with an unnamed rapper and his friends for a birthday celebration. That's when she saw the S worker, Antoine. During the night, a group watched a woman have S with an entertainer by the name of Antoine. Jane said she never had an S encounter with Antoine outside of her hotel nights with Combs. But when she and Combs reconciled in 2024, Combs accused her of cheating. Agnifilo argued that the identities of those present on the January 2024 hotel room encounter should be revealed. That's what Agnifilo was saying. That's what they were in chambers. He wanted the identities of those participating in that little act. He wanted those names revealed. Okay? The attorney for the government countered, saying that naming the individuals could be an attempt to harass and intimidate Jane. What? How? Okay, so the judge said that his ruling standards, noting that the January 2024 encounter is not among the alleged acts connected to the S trafficking charge in the indictment. Okay, CNN got it. So now Jane is back on the stand. Here we go. And so that was what was happening with that robing situation. All right, here we go. Now we have an update. Let's go. Garagos continues questioning. After Cassie's lawsuit went public, how were things? I came to find out that another woman had the same experience as I had. I put out that energy on him, and he was already down. So resentment. Everything was hard. A hard month? Yes, she says. Okay. Another woman went through the same things? Dang. Yeah, so it wasn't about Diddy's, because you guys were in here like, well, it's about the phone. No, it's not about the phone. It was about that, what Diddy Docket said, that incident that happened in Vegas, who a lot of people have said, we know the celebrity, who it was, and a lot of the people who are, should they be concealed? Should they be protected? I don't know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments about that. Let me know. Okay. You said rubber duckies. The LG TV does not come with the rubber ducky. I don't know. It's the Diddy edition. You said back in the day we had tiny TVs with batteries. There you go. Here you go. Look at, shout out to Dick. It's really, really hard. Diddy talk it. Okay, but I do have a question though. Yeah, that phone stuff was filed like on the 9th. Kanye was in Vegas that year. Wow. There you go. Let's see. I think it's a distraction. Then they want to move on, says Mrs. Hill. Oh my God. Y'all are talking about the pricing on these TVs. Yo, okay, moving on. Get it together. Y'all aren't gonna buy that TV. Watch, you guys are gonna go buy that TV for Christmas. Let me find out. Anyways. Bianca's 29th, her 29th birthday. Is that what you're saying, Amanda? So this S worker has been around. You know, Kanye needs to be careful, okay? Because if he's not careful, he's going to find himself in the same situations that Diddy's in right now. Look, I don't know. I think he just needs to be careful because the way he walks around with Bianca Sensori, it wouldn't surprise me if then we have more things coming out. And yeah. So she's normally updating as well. I think he needs to be careful though. Because I think that relationship is going to blow up in his face. with Bianca. What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. I know I brought the shit up. I'm not mad. I'm just laughing. That's what I'm saying. Don't be surprised. He needs to Bianca quit you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's gonna come up. That's it. He's gonna find himself in a situation like this if he's not careful. And maybe he's into that kind of stuff too. So, it is what it is. What's going on with the rapper in the Vegas? They were discussing that Agnifilo wanted to disclose who these people were in that incident, which I'm like, some of us probably already know who it was. And Comey was against it, and so the judge ruled. What did the judge rule? He barred the disclosure of identities from the January 2024 hotel encounter. I bet you the jury knows who these people are. I bet you anything that the jury knows who these people are in the list and all of that. Probably knows. Oh yeah, they all know. They know who these people are. Don't forget that when they did the jury, they were looking at a witness list and they had discussed who they knew, who they didn't know. So yeah, there's that. Okay, Garrigo speaks. Let's play the voice note. So there's a Sean Combs voice note. I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to make anyone feel like this. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life. Are there more messages like this? Yes. I told you guys that there were some messages that I was like, okay, so I don't want you to feel like I wasted your life. I don't want to be in the cycle. I don't want to do this anymore. Okay. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think so far? You said manipulator. How so? Let me know. I mean, it sounds like he was kind of done too, but yeah. Ye ain't right in the head. That's right. The judge is clearing the way to appeal because there's no reason they involve the text identities need to be secret. You said you think it's manipulation at its finest? But honestly, that one girl, I personally feel like there are times where she had an out and she didn't take it. But that's just my opinion though. That's how I feel. I don't feel like I think we have to kind of weigh this in. He said I think he wanted to end it, but Jane Doe wanted to keep doing them in order to stay with them. That's what I was telling you. I feel like she felt like she was in competition and she was competing with, these other people, and she loved him. I believe that she loved him. She does till this day. But if Diddy's telling you, I don't want to be in a relationship like this, I don't want to make anyone feel like this, let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life. Mm. You said Diddy needs to talk to TriStar. I think that, so the government said in their opening statement that she became financially dependent of him. I believe it, and it might have been scary at some point, but it just got to be too much. But I feel like he didn't necessarily stop her business endeavors because I think that the defense kind of laid this out a little bit of like, she had this offer and that offer, and she was doing this, she was given this money, she wasn't asked to pay it back. Like there was a lot of things that were going on here in different ways. Okay, so then Garrigo says, did Sean often say to you, I'm a solution person. I just want solutions. Yes. You wrote, I tolerated. I took on a lot in those rooms. Please don't discredit me. And he wrote, never discredit you. Yes. Said, I took on a lot in those rooms. Damn. Let's see. Do we have an update? So somebody said about the long breaks roaming room, I think the defense had information on a testimony Jane gave on the hotel room from a witness at the hotel who happened to be present. Tekashi 69 and has contrary statement of the events. Judge said it was immaterial. What? Why is what? So was it Tekashi who was the celebrity? Or was it Kanye? This is a comment that I read. Okay, let me keep going. You wrote that you wanted 100,000 for each wasted here and more, 450,000. You wrote this, right? Yes. And you said you're thinking of hurting yourself. And he said, don't. He cared. I don't know about that. Yes. Let me see. Y'all are doing more gaslighting than Sean in the defense. Oh, well, I mean, good thing we're not the defense. I think we're just having a conversation, Vicky. That's all. But that's just my opinion. I mean, you're entitled to yours. I think everybody's entitled to theirs. She tried to blackmail him and make him feel bad for saying that. Well, I don't know if she tried to blackmail per se. I wouldn't say that. I don't think that there's like I said, I think Diddy is not a good person, but that's just my opinion. She tried to, let's see. You said, I've been with the woman who tried to say that to me in order to stay with them. Oh, okay. Telling her that she can go if she wants to is now manipulation. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's like, I think you could see this in different ways. But that's just my opinion. To be a fly on the wall. You said, Savannah, the relationship might not be trafficking, but there was trafficking of others in the relationship. That I do agree with, Katie Cat. Like, I don't know about this Jane Doe per se, but I definitely feel like there was something to be said about Cassie in that situation. But then again, I'm like I said, I'm just giving commentary. I am not the expert. Again, that's just my thought. Ooh, I lost my spot. And you said you were thinking of hurting yourself, and he said don't, and he cared. I don't know about what. Garrigo says, you said you didn't have friends at that time. Okay, objection from the government. Garrigo says, I can rephrase. You said you talked about your feelings with Sean because you didn't have other people. Okay, Sean still paid your rent? Yes. You said, in my opinion, when it's a toxic, abusive relationship, things are just said for shock value to get attention, even bad. That's a good point. Everybody knows Jane Doe is money hungry and she's not credible. Well, I don't know about this. I don't think that that's necessarily an accurate statement. Like I said, I think that she loved him and she stayed in that situation. She probably would have still been there, but I don't know if it's like, oh, you're so money hungry, this is what you want. I don't know. I think that can be argued. It kind of does make me wonder, though, like, did she have a support system around this or what? Let's see. Well, like I said, everybody feels passionate about this topic. I literally had a guy fake hospital emergency and chest pains I had the same thing too happen to me, Moni. And it was a really weird situation. And then I felt really bad about it. So I can relate to that. I can relate to somebody faking something to make you stay. I've had that happen to me more than once, if that makes sense. So I am a little leery, but at the same time, it's like if you don't, you're damn if you do and damn if you don't. Like you care about the person, but you don't want to be in that situation. Even when you try to get away, I've seen that happen. I mean, it happened to me that I've lived it. So yeah, I understand this. That message looks like something he's been advised to write. She had repeatedly shown that she wanted out and was repeatedly forced back in. She might have known there would be consequences if leaving. Gotcha. That message looks like something that she was advised to write. Gotcha. You said when you have already taken so much from a narcissist, they know how much they can push you and threaten you with leaving, but it is a good, nicest way possible. Like I'm good for you to, etc. for you to leave. Gotcha. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? Garrigo says the 9,000 from Bear. Remember Bear, that situation? The 9,000 from Bear, you had known him from your modeling days. Yes. Did you have to do any work for the 9,000? No. The rapper you mentioned, he was close with Mr. Combs. Yes. Okay. And then video, can't see without sound. So there's a video that's playing. Then CNN reports, Jane says, after Ventura's lawsuit, Combs told her he didn't know how she felt and apologized. Okay. So Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accuser testifying under the pseudonym, said that she and Combs were in contact around the time, but it was difficult. It was a difficult period for both. We were both equally pulled in our own emotional battlefields, like every each way, she testified. She said she had hit a wall in the relationship and there was a lot for me to wrap my head around. And she was expressing her feelings to him while he was simultaneously under fire for a lot of other things. Jane confirmed that around this time, Combs told her that he was not aware of how she had been feeling. She testified that he said that he was sorry she felt the way and did not want her to feel that anymore. At that time, you believed him? Garagos asked. Yes, I did. From that period on, Jane said Combs started encouraging her to be more communicative with them. So they have do they have a voicemail or voice note of all of this? That's what it sounds like. Yeah. So they had their ups and downs, but I think for her, it's like she wanted something more. You know what I mean? Like she wanted to be with, like, she loved this guy. She wanted to be with him and she wanted something more. And it doesn't look like that was something that she was willing to offer. Judge rules against unmasking mysterious famous rapper with private plane over Diddy's objection. So we just went through that. This is what the judge had ruled. And that's where she meant that S worker. Mm-mm-mm. You said my ex tried to break me because I made I made single look easy, but I can't take my issues out on every person I came across. That would make me just as bad as my ex. Now, it has taught me red flags when I see it. Gotcha, Chico. I agree. It's a lot of deprogramming. But like I said, I think she was in love with him. She probably would have endured a lot more. Garrigo says this rapper, they would record together. He's also an icon in the music industry. Yes. This rapper, so here we go. The Vegas. She's asking. This rapper, they would record together. He's also an icon in the music industry. Yes. You went to the birthday with the rapper's wife or girlfriend. Did you know Antoine traveled with them? Yes. And Mr. Combs knew? Yes. That was that situation with that rapper, guys. He said, and this guy who I guess is like Antoine, who's like an S worker, he was having S with another person, and it was like a group thing. I don't know. So that confirms Bianca. Well, I don't know if it confirms Bianca. Somebody said could have been 6ix9ine. Did 6ix9ine have his own private jet too? Well, did he record? Did he ever record with 6ix9ine? Let's see. I'm kind of curious about this. But they were in jail together at some point. I don't think they ever recorded together. Yeah, Sassy. I think you're right about that. I think this is a fair comment. Like, Garrigo says, when Antoine was having sex with the woman, how many people were in the room? 7 or 8, just watching, says Jane. Garrigo says, the rapper was flirting with you? Yes. He's been outed. There you go. That's right. Oh, yes. Wasn't it the assistant? 69 isn't an icon. I don't disagree with you on this one. I don't. But I feel like people like use the word icon all the time to just about anything. So I don't know. You said these people are so weird. Well, it just tells you that they're very like all over the place. Yeah. It's not Jay-Z, it's Kanye. I'm pretty sure I think it's Ye too. It's weird to me because it's like, remember when Kanye came out and he was like talking about how Diddy was working with the feds. He was a Fed informant, and then he came out in support of Diddy. And I was telling you guys, I said I feel like they have like a really weird relationship, Diddy and Kanye. Okay, update. Garrigo says you flashed your areas to the room. Who asked you to? It was just the moment. What did the rapper say to you? That he had always wanted to blank me. So he had crushed on you? Yes. She was flashing? I don't remember this part. She did. But it's like, huh? All of these guys are roosters. I'm Angela. All of these guys are roosters. Yes. Everybody's like, what? Garrigo's asked, you flashed your areas, okay? Your chicken breasts, okay? We're just gonna say that because then I won't get blocked. To the room. Who asked you to? It was just the moment. What did the rapper say to you? That he always wanted to F me. So he had a crush on you? Yes. See, I would have said that and I would have been blocked too. Damn. Academics is getting tagged on here. Oh Lord have mercy. The Tatas enter the chat. The Tatas enter the chat. Flashing the fillet. CJ, see, I need to hit you up with words because I try to find other words to say so I don't get flagged. Jane says she flew on a music icon's private jet to Las Vegas in 2024. Defense attorney Garrigos revisited the January 2024 Las Vegas trip. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, testified under the pseudonym, confirmed that she went on the trip with a friend and they flew on a rapper's private plane. She and Combs was unaware of the trip because they were on a break at that time. That's right. Which she could have gone. Absolutely. Garrigos asked if the rapper was an icon in the music industry and very close to Combs. Jane agreed. She confirmed the trip was for for the birthday of the rapper's girlfriend or wife. Mm-mm. You think that it was like her doing something like this for like attention seeking? If she knew he was into voyeurism because of the other women, then I could see her doing something like that to get his attention. Well, I kind of wonder, let me ask you guys a question. Is it possible that she thought, well, if I do this, it might get back to Diddy? Like maybe because they were on a break, maybe she might have done that. She might have been like maybe that's a way to kind of get back at him. Something like that, right? Gara goes and asks, how did you bring up Cabral? Sly. Jane says, they asked if I knew anyone else in the lifestyle. I said yes. At that time, I thought Cabral as a safe and confidential person. Gara goes and asks, that was for the rapper and his partner? Yes. Damn. I'm just wondering. I don't know. I'm giving something different. That's kind of my thought. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. He said, don't start on the food shit. Yeah, Kanye did say that. Yeah. She seems impulsive. Well, let me ask you guys a question. I wonder if there's a video of this and that's why she's talking about it. Because I'm like, well, then who would have known if, like, was there a video on this? Very likely. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this was kind of like the thing that she was in. Okay. How do they know? How did they know to ask you? Maybe they just picked up on that energy or heard that Sean and I were into that lifestyle. You flew to Miami around the time of your birthday? Yes. Gargo says he set up a grandiose birthday for you. Yes. So these workers, like the Sly and Cabral and these people and the Antoines, do these people talk? And they kind of knew? Because it's kind of like a industry secret, but it seems like it was for them, right? I have a lot of questions about this. I don't know. You think this was her story the day of Bianca's birthday? I don't know. I mean, this is deep. She and I'm using her word. She said lifestyle. Maybe they just picked up that energy or heard that Sean and I were into that lifestyle. So clearly this wasn't a secret. I don't think it was a secret at all. You know? Why not bring Antoine and Sky? Like, yeah, why aren't they on the stand? That's a good question. Why aren't they on the stand? I don't know, man. And this is the rapper's wife. She's friends with the rapper's wife. And if I remember correctly, when I read that transcript, they kind of met. They were like, she was gorgeous and they got together and they kind of met together. And then she got flown out there in this private jet. And then this kind of happened. What I understood is that she was walking into a situation where they were doing this thing, all of them. And this worker who had been, I guess, around the industry is somebody who maybe might have been safe, you know? I have a lot of questions about this. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Garrigo says, there were candles on the walkway. Jane says, it was very romantic. His heart was beating. Okay. Was your heart beating as well? She says, yes. I was just about to say that. It's all painted pink and silver. A 5-course meal, a 5-course dinner. What I wanted from my lover. Okay. So there was something else that happened in between, but okay. So he set up a grandiose birthday for you. She says, yes. And there were candles on the walkway. She says, it was very romantic. His heart was beating. Was your heart beating as well? Yes. I was about to say that. It all painted pink and silver, a 5-course dinner. That's what I wanted from my lover. And I think this is where the setup of Don comes in, and there's a setup of another hotel night. Okay. No X at the dinner? No, none. Carrigo says afterwards you took a pill and he took a pill, and then Don came over. There you go. Yes, at 1 star. We read this yesterday, and you said you were willing to have S with Don because of the birthday party. Yes, it was nice. Okay. Again, that's a consensual situation because she says, I mean, she still says it was nice, you know? You said Maggie. Maggie's like, well, thank God their heart was beating because otherwise they wouldn't be standing here today. Maggie. I don't know why your comment made me laugh. Well, shit. Good. No shit. Good thing your heart was beating because you guys wouldn't be here today, right? She says she was a guest at this party or part of the entertainment, says Diddy Docket. That's the question. What was her role? You said, I hope everybody's heart was beating. Oh my God, y'all are too much. Maggie, can you time yourself out? Go time yourself out. You can't be fun. You're not allowed to make a joke. Like, some of you guys have to time yourselves out. Not my mods. There's a button next to your name. Put yourself on timeout or come back later. Oh my God. You said, I swear I was thinking that too. See? Oh my God. Savannah's like, oh yeah, I would hope their heart was beating. This trial is a bit wild. I will say that, you know. It's a bit too much. No update. See, I want to know about this too, Diddy Docket. How are we gonna ensure this? Was she a guest at the party or part of the entertainment? I don't know. I don't think it was Jay. It could be Ye. I think a lot of people are thinking it was Ye. Yeah. Does Ye have a private jet too? God, all these people with their private jets. Let me see. Does Kanye have a private jet? I think he does. I don't know. No, he does not own a private jet. That's what Google says. There's no such evidence. There was claims that in 2018. So I don't know, guys. Update. Teeny says, this is between you and Paul Arthur, in which you ask, do you have plans for Valentine's Day? Okay. Combs says, this is between you and Paul Arthur, in which you ask, do you have plans for Valentine's Day? Jane says, right. Garrett goes, you said you wanted to see Paul as a person. Jane says, yes. You said after Cassie's lawsuit, you saw changes in Sean. Yes. Yes. So like I said, I skim read yesterday's transcripts, and it sounds like there was a lot of communication where there were times where she was receptive to hooking up with these guys, sometimes outside of Diddy too. Yeah. I don't know if you have to. I think you can own a plane. So maybe he borrowed a private plane. I don't know. It's a lot of questions. You can rent one for sure. That's for sure. You can rent a plane. But Kanye doesn't own one. I don't think that it's been cleared. Let's see. Now, Jay-Z owns a private jet, but Kanye does not own a private jet. Okay? So he could have rented one. I mean, people rent private jets all the time. Oh, Paul the trainer. Diddy Docket already posted a picture of Paul the trainer out there. All these industry folks. I got to be careful because I can't scroll down. Yeah, it doesn't mean he can't borrow a plane. He could totally borrow a plane. Yeah, and Jay has a private plane. You're right, friend-in-law. Remember when Diddy went to Wyoming where Kanye lives? When did I don't know if they were close then, but yeah, he did go to Wyoming. We're waiting for an update. Don't kick me out. Here it is. No. Here it is. Where are we at? Where are we at? Oh man, come on. Let me go directly. Three minutes ago. This is between you and Paul Arthur. Okay, we don't have an update. So Paul Arthur is an a worker who hooked up with them too. That's what happened. Man, so much happened this morning that I'm like, I think a lot of us were just like, what is happening this morning? And now it's kind of simmered down. Jane says, CNN update. Jane says a rapper and his partner asked if she knew anybody else in the lifestyle during the Vegas trip. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accuser, testifying under a pseudonym, testified that while they were in a hotel room, the rapper and his partner asked her if she knew anybody else in the lifestyle. She says she reached out to the entertainer Sly because at that time I thought Sly was a safe person to recommend. Defense attorney Tini Garagos asked Jane why the couple asked her that. Jane responded that it was possible that they already suspected that she and Combs had been involved in similar activities, or they could have just picked up on that energy from me. Why would they pick up on that energy? I don't know. I have a lot of questions about that. I think we have an update. He says, you said Sean would write to you, I'm single, I'm polyamorous, and that hurt you. She said, yes. Wouldn't that be the opposite of being single, though? Because polyamorous would be the acceptance of multiple partners. Like you said, Sean would write to you, I'm single, I'm polyamorous, and that hurt you. Jay says, yes. After the lawsuit, he went to say, we were in a relationship, you are my girlfriend. That mean a lot to you. It did. Yeah, because when I hear somebody say they're polyamorous, I'm thinking it's like you're saying that you're in multiple relationships. So you're not single. I've never heard somebody say they're polyamorous and they're single. But let me know in the chat what you guys think about that. And then Jane testifies about interaction with the rapper in 2024 Las Vegas trip. Jane continued to testify about the Las Vegas trip in 2024, which she flew on a private jet or private plane. Jane testified that she and Sean Diddy Combs both knew before January of 2024 that the entertainer Antoine, whom she and Combs hired for hotel nights, would also travel to spend time with the rapper and another rapper's significant other. So this entertainer by the name of Antoine, is basically passed around between Hollywood couples. Okay? Jane said that she was a little bit surprised to see Antoine at the birthday dinner, but no one asked how they knew each other. Later that night, 7 or 8 people were in a hotel room watching Antoine having sex with a woman on the bed, she testified. The rapper, who Jane said she knew from afar, flirted with Jane in the hotel room, and he said something like he thought I was beautiful and he wanted to blank me, Jane testified. Jane also confirmed when asked at that point, she flashed her chest around the group in the hotel, and she said it was in the moment thing. Okay. Well, I don't want to misinterpret because I'm thinking somebody says I'm polyamorous, I'm single. That would be the opposite of that, right? Yeah, if you aren't married, you're single. Gotcha. You said I agree with you. Multiple relationships. I suppose that's what it means, right? Yeah, maybe he didn't know the difference. Maybe he thought it was voyeurism, and really, he meant to say he's a rooster. Um, Maybe he's in that rooster lifestyle. I'm gonna try to piece it together while I'm off work as well. I have a lot of questions about this. Yeah, I guess it means available, still available for a relation. So it's a little bit about being single, right? So he's not exclusive to somebody. I think that's what it means. Like he's not exclusive. Somebody said Diddy's so manipulative. Oh man. You said Combs was polyamorous and a single rooster. There you go. He's rooster. You guys, I was reading the transcript. Not the like after my live, I kind of get a little like I gotta read to see, make sure that my words are being censored, right? So I go in there and I'm like, oh my God, I can't even understand half of what I'm saying. So I'm having to like some of you guys have to fill in the blank with some of like the, you know, inappropriate shit that comes out. So you said nope, not at all, no exclusivity. That's what I'm saying. Like he's not exclusive. He is he considers himself to be in many relationships, just not exclusive. Uh that's what I'm thinking. Oh, well there you go. Damn. Okay, hold up. Yeah, polyamorous is more like open relationships. That's what I thought. You're not exclusive, you're single, in my opinion. That's what it sounds like. You said a polyamorous rooster getting his master's degree. Freddie's like, I'm gonna time myself out right now. He's a polyamorous rooster getting his master's degree in the corner of a room. Yep. I would agree so. I would agree so. This is like a lot. Now, here's the question. Was that part of the contract? Was that a contractual type of situation? Right? Condiments instead of a condominium. I'm telling you, I feel like I'm reading off of that. Tony, it's like, every time I say the word, if I got flagged for saying the word master's degree program, I'm like, and that is an educational word, right? It's an educational word. I got flagged for, saying the real word. So I'm like, I have to get creative. And you guys are gonna have to fill in the blankets, the blanks out of that. Yeah. Which sucks because it's a lot of censorship that I have to do of myself and I have to get really creative. Um Hold up. Defense hints at rapper icon tied to Jane's 2024 Las Vegas trip. This is out of the Washington Post. The defense wasn't able to name the very successful rapper Jane accompanied on January 2024 trip to Las Vegas. But Sean Combs, lead attorney Tini Garrigo, certainly seemed to try to drop a few clues about who he was. You already know that people are going to look into it. Garrigo's referred to him as a rapper that's very close to Mr. Combs and noted that the trip was connected to the musician's girlfriend's birthday. She's a girlfriend. Sensori is a wife, guys. Moments later, the attorney referred to the rapper as an icon. I don't know if Ye's the person. The trip with the musician and his girlfriend doesn't relate to the charges Combs is facing, but months later, this trip would cause Combs considerable jealousy per Jane's earlier testimony. Jane said that she and the couple attended a hotel party where a male entertainer named Antoine was having public S with another person. According to Jane, the rapper and his girlfriend asked her privately whether she knew where they could look at a male escort, and Jane said she wasn't sure why they asked her that. Maybe they had an inclination that me and Sean had been doing similar things because people talk. Because these people were talking. So I don't know. I mean, how long has Kanye and Bianca been married? Right? For quite some time. So it might not be them. It might be somebody else. I thought they've been married for like what? I could be wrong. 3 years now? 4 years? That's what I'm saying, Mika. Why not? I mean, you already have the other workers. Why not have Antoine testify and save time? Bad news. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. Good news. It's all under control. That's a good one. I did. Joe's like, Rabbit, you kind of lost me when you talked about the condominium. I'm telling you, it's getting harder and harder to talk about some of the stuff. Like yesterday's transcripts was just like too much. I felt like I was reading straight out of something else, you know? Are you doing okay, Didi? I hope you're recovering okay. Shout out to you, Didi. Was it in November 2024? Ashanti and Nelly come up on Google. I don't think Nelly has a private jet. I mean, they could rent one, you know? Would you consider Nelly an icon? I don't think it compares to Diddy, but let me know what you guys think. That's a whole different conversation. You said, is it Drake? He was in Vegas and his girlfriend? Had to be a girlfriend. Was it Drake? That's the question. That's the question. You think it's Jay-Z? This would be Diddy's way of outing Jay-Z without having to snitch his damn self. This is crazy. Damn. I would listen more to Nelly than I would to Diddy. I would agree with that. There was something about the when Nelly first came out, I think a lot of us liked Nelly when he first came out. Jane realized entertainer encounters would be a forever thing. She says about reunion with Combs. So Jane recounted a birthday celebration Sean Diddy Combs planned for her in Miami in February of 2024. It was the first time they were together in person since breaking up in October of 2023. Combs planned a 5-course meal at the property next to the Miami residence and covered the table with gifts and decorations. Jane testified. Jane described the romantic gesture as everything she always wanted for her relationship. They took X after dinner, she testified. Jane acknowledged that she told the defense in a pretrial meeting that she was willing to have S with an entertainer in front of Combs later that night because Combs did everything she wanted for her birthday. She also testified she realized that this was just going to be a forever thing. Yeah, with Combs, referring to the S encounters with entertainers. The jury also saw texts between Jane and the entertainer Paul on February 10th when she asked Paul if he had plans on Valentine's Day. Okay. This was going to be a forever thing because this man doesn't look like it's too much. Update. When you saw the video of Mr. Combs laying hands on Cassie, you felt sick? I did. That was not the man you knew, right? Right. Okay, another sidebar. Sidebar. Oh my. Sidebar. Where's my coffee? I might need a refill. I need a refill. So we'll have to do that later. Does he have a private plane and a girlfriend? Let me know. They don't tell us. Bam, the Streisand effect. Damn. You know what, Ray J? I think that there's some truth to this too. Honestly, Sassy Savage. There might be some truth to that. They had a lifestyle, hence the contract in the beginning. She wanted more and fell in love. He was a master Yeah, I think that there was a lot to be said about that. You said really overrated? No. When he first came out, he was good. I don't know, not so much. I mean, I don't know what. I don't think he's had any more music since, I don't know, early 2000s. That's what they did say, that Moni. They said that he used to give Whitney Houston the rugs. That he was you know, the people have been saying that for a long time. And then here comes Ray J, the rug dealer from the Banna statement. She's like, the musician. So I wasn't sure if they were referring to something else. He's been off the rails, honestly. It's weird. I don't know. I think Ray J. I mean, it's sad because like he had. I don't know. I always thought that like he would have gone somewhere. He would have done something with this music. He really could have, but I think that he distracted himself too much. Where he kind of took that. He didn't want that kind of pressure. You know what I mean? Oh man, I hit my mic. You said J and B spent her birthday on a tropical vacation in 2024. Well, I wouldn't consider Las Vegas as tropical. Oh, really? Rick Ross has a private jet? He's only Brandy's little brother, yeah. But I thought that he would have done better by like, I don't know. Just seemed like he would have gotten it more together. You said Ray J is on his Kanye West right now. You said it was Rick. He has a jet, and Adi said they were freak buddies. Oh my god. I don't know. We're on another sidebar, guys. We're on another. I just can't believe we're on another sidebar after the long start. Sean Diddy Combs' influencer ex-girlfriend testified that she spoke to a mysterious rapper about the wild Eshuel lifestyle he was into. So she spoke to the rapper. Jane, who we already know is a pseudonym, okay? At one point during the rapper's January 2024 Las Vegas party, brought up one of the escorts, and she and Sean regularly hired, Sly. They were asking if I knew anyone within the lifestyle. They were saying that they were looking for someone, and I would recommend someone. Isn't it interesting that they asked her if she would recommend somebody? Why would they ask her that question if they didn't already know what all of this was about? Like that would be something. I don't know. What do you guys think? Why would they ask her that? So it's like, I'm just in for the sidebar. Sylvia's just in for the sidebar. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I gotta chew this ice. I didn't want to chew on the mic. Let me see. Do we have an update? Damn. Jane says after Cassie Ventura's lawsuit, okay, CNN, Combs became more loving. Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers testifying under the pseudonym, confirmed that she noticed positive changes in Combs after Cassie Ventura's lawsuit was filed. She testified that they had felt some growth in their relationship after they got back together in February of 2024. I felt like I could assert myself a little bit more. Like she kind of had a little bit more leverage. That's interesting. Jane confirmed Combs acted more loving towards her and spent more quality time with her, and confirmed that she felt closer to him and her love grew stronger. I don't know, man. Let me know what you guys think. Not Will and Jada. Will Jada have a private jet? Oh man. Will and Jada are in that lifestyle too, right? You said Chris Brown has a private jet, but Will and Jada are in that lifestyle, right? What happened to that one guy? Was it August Alsina? He's like never been the same after being with Jada, right? Like they're into that whole little open relationship situation. And here we thought that their marriage was perfect until it got exposed. They used to be, are they divorced? Remember when was it Will who would say, I'm never going to get divorced? Like, we're in here for the long run or something like that. Mm. I wouldn't believe that it's John and Chrissy Teigen just because of who Chrissy is. Jada's birthday is in September. Gotcha. Had to be one. I'm sure there's going to be a blind read somewhere out there. Somebody's going to expose it. But yeah. What do you guys think? She turned into a weirdo, says. I don't know. Jada's a whole different, personality. Let's see. Jane clearly states that the rapper's wife's birthday is in January. It's Kanye. Well, is it the wife or is it a girlfriend? Because I thought they said it was a girlfriend. There's a difference. Or maybe they're just using that interchangeably. I don't know. Okay, they're back. They're back. They're back. Wake it up. All right. Combs says, you remained in contact with Mr. Combs after the video. Yes. You stayed in Miami with him for a few days, then left? I did. He flew to LA in June with his children? Yes. Okay. Yeah. So they're being vague. Girlfriend, wife. Maybe it's, could be both. You thinking it's Snoop Dogg? Oh no. Well, I don't know. What are they into? So they're asking her if she stayed with Diddy. Let's see. And then no updates from Washington. It's almost lunchtime, by the way. Oh, what just hit my inbox? You stayed in Miami with them for a few days and left. I did, she says. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, people are speculating that's Bianca Sensori. Bianca Sensori, there's an article. Bianca Sensori wears barely there bodysuit at Kanye West's Super Bowl party in 2024. Okay. Here we go. Garrett goes, then says, fair to see Mr. Combs posted about his road trip with his children on social media? Yes. This is a photo of how you set up the house. Some set up by you, some by Jonathan. Yes. And this is a big bottle of, is it cycloid? What is that? Let me see. Hold up. Make sure I say it correctly. What is that? Is it it's a drinking. How do you pronounce it though? Let me see. Hurry up. I'm learning. Code. Okay, so the update is Garagos asks, fair to see Mr. Combs posted about his road trip with his children on social media. Yes, this is a photo of how you set up the house. Some set up by you and some by Jonathan. Yes, and this is a big bottle of Cyclote. Cyclote? Yes, it's a drink. It's like a champagne French wine or something. Okay. Cyclo, champagne? You said like flee for wine. Cyclo? Did I say it correctly? See, I know some of you guys know how to pronounce this stuff. Cyclo? Cyclo. It's champagne. You said it's not even good champagne. I don't know. You said Cyclo? Cyclo, I said it. Cyclo? Cyclo. Thank you. Or is it Clio? Not Clio. You guys are funny. Cliclo. Cliclo. Oh my God. Look at you guys. So it was a big bottle of Cliclo. 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 CeeLo. I said CeeLo. I know, right? Cliclo? It's Cliclo? Cliclo? I don't know. All right, let me stop. You guys are funny. The way the guy pronounced it was, hold up, I'll show you guys how he said it. He said, hold up. Cliclo. 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 The T is silent. Okay. Ooh, I learned a new word today. Cliclo. I think I said it. All right. Okay. If y'all can't pronounce it and then you're trying to help me, this isn't going to go in a good space. All right, update. So Garrigo says, and this is a photo on the patio, right? She says, yes. You were drinking champagne? Yes. Now it's 8:30 p.m. Already dark outside. Tequila shots, but no X yet. Right. Right? Jonathan brought the candles? Yes. All right. Where are we going with this? Can we land the plane already? Some of these questions is like repetitive. There's no second L. Well, I'm not saying it anymore. I quit. So let's move on. CeeLo. CeeLo? Nicki Minaj owns a jet too. See, why can't they just have beer? Literally, just have some beer. Do we have an update? No. This is just interesting. Next, can we move on? So you lived in France for 22 years and I could speak French like a native. Shout out to you. I always wanted to learn French, but hell, I'm still learning English, so there's that. The second C and the T are silent. Siglo. I speak French fully, and it's my second language. Look at you guys. I didn't know I had a lot of people speaking French in my chat. Oh my God. Thank you. No update. Oh my God. These people couldn't possibly be normal. She said, none of them are normal. I'm here for it. Okay. Do we have an update? What is Dateline in USA? It's a show. It's like a show. I'm still learning English. I told you I was hooked on phonics, and I'm trying to learn how to say French words. It's never going to happen. Okay, it's just not. English is my second language. Are we going to hear? Shout out to Diddy Docket. Are we going to be hearing about Jonathan? Jonathan Perez is a staff member. Ooh, this guy right here. Yeah, what happened? Is he going to take? Is he a witness? Is he going to take the stand? We need to hear from Jonathan. I want to hear from Sly. I want to hear from Antoine. I want to hear from Don. I want to hear from all of these people. Are they really in arrest right now? Because I heard the prosecution is supposed to arrest this week, and we're literally Thursday. You said, let's see. It's Holly Weird. Usher was in Nevada in 2024 and he was a mid-attempt for the Super Bowl. Ah, damn. I know. Can we just Mad Dog would be easier to just pronounce. We purchased Mad Dog and we called it a day. They got all these fancy wines and stuff. He has been announced as an upcoming witness, as Diddy Docket. Okay. Well, let's go. Who else? Diddy Docket, do you think that they're going to rest this week? And then that's it. I think she's almost done with cross-examination of Jane Doe. No update. Let me see what CNN is saying. Nothing. No. Oh, Washington. Combs became more affectionate after Cassie's lawsuit, Jane testified. So Sean Diddy Combs' demeanor changed after Cassie Ventura sued him in November of 2023 for physical and abuse. Okay. After the lawsuit, Jane said Combs was more affectionate and would regularly call her his girlfriend. Defense lawyer Tini Garagos is hoping to use this line of questioning to enter into evidence a phone call in which Combs lovingly expressed that he was not aware Jane was unhappy with the FOs. I think he knew that she was unhappy, but that's just my opinion. Jane testified that she thinks back to this time in their relationship fondly, but she did not realize Combs was also recording their phone calls. The U.S. attorney, Comey, said earlier Thursday morning that Combs was baiting Jane into saying something that she was not clear about her boundaries, and the evidence should not be admitted. There's a sidebar about whether or not the evidence can come into play. That's what this whole situation was about. The fact that he was recording her calls, I think, is interesting. You said he should be down. He should be on tomorrow. The rest, Wednesday or next Friday. Thursday is a holiday. That's right. But then if they're trying to get done by the whole case, they're trying to be done by when? July 4th or before July 4th? So that's the question. Are they going to get done? Because I'm thinking, I mean, the defense, who are they going to bring for witnesses? I would hope that they would bring people in. I don't think it's true. Kanye West, why would Kanye West? Kanye West is not going to be anywhere near there, I don't think. I mean, that would be interesting. Sure, that'll get him trending, but I don't know if he would be there. But then again, he surprises me. I mean, he'll do anything to just stay trending. No update. Where are we at on the like button, guys? Make sure you guys are hitting the like, please, and thank you. I would appreciate it. No update. Hold up. Are we done? What's going on? Here it is. So Garagos plays the video. Music and voice of Combs, championship Boston Celtics. Half an hour later, you were fighting, right? Yes. You testified you called him a Pedialyte, even though you knew she was not underage. Right. Yeah. They got into it. So they were fighting at a music and voice of Combs championship Boston Celtics. Half an hour later, you were fighting, right? Were they at a game? That's what it sounds like. Let's see. And you pushed his head into the counter. I did. And you had never had a physical altercation with them, right? I had not. You pushed medium hard? Yes. And you threw a candle at him? Yes. Oh, when they got into that altercation. They're going to drive that point home. You know what I mean? Oh, really, Mika? I didn't know that. No update. Okay, Combs' accuser says that she was shocked to see 2016 video of assault on Ventura. So defense attorney Terry Garagos returned to May 2024 when CNN published the 2016 surveillance video of Combs assaulting Cassie Ventura at the Intercontinental Hotel. Jane confirmed that she was shocked to see the video and that she had never seen Combs act like that before. Garagos says that if Combs had tried to get into a program to address his actions in the video, and Jane says she recalled that. Prosecutors objected when Garagos suggested that the program didn't accept him. The attorney then went to a sidebar with the judge. After the sidebar, Garagos moved on from the questions about the program. Jane confirmed that a month after the Intercontinental Assault video came out was a difficult time for Combs. Okay, but he wasn't denied a program, right? He could have gone to a program? Huh. You said thank for pronunciation. I will try. I may look like a complete ass trying, but I will try. I will try. I will try. Because at first, if you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try it again, right? That's what you have to do. Um, no update. No update. Try again, always and always. That's right. Um, they're supposed to break for lunch at some point, but since they started a little bit later, I wonder if they're going to do later. Kind of makes you wonder. But I think they have to order the lunch for them. Let's see. You say the video kind of blows that out of the water. Yeah. I do wonder though, like they decided to get together and get into but this event happened in 2016. And clearly I don't think he's gotten any better, in my opinion, at least. That's what it seems like. He's still back to his antics. This cross kind of seems boring though, and it would be more explosive. Well, not everything's gonna be explosive, you know. Things kind of have to develop on their own. I think people are waiting for Perry Mason moments every minute or Madlock moments. I feel like she's just re-asking questions and I'm like, did you just ask this yesterday or the day before? Like you asked this already. Why are we asking this again? She did. She had gone through and asked a couple things. I just get like really like, oh, we asking the same question again. Maybe she's hoping that she'll trip up or something. I don't know. No update. Washington, no update. You said Teeny's putting everybody to sleep today. She's the only one. Well, I mean, I think she's done a pretty good job in poking holes in terms of like, okay, like think about this. Think about this situation. You know, I will give her that, but like not even just Teeny, but just for everybody in general, it just gets to be too much when it's like we're repeating the same ish over and over, you know? We're repeating the same thing over and over. Let's see. No update yet. Okay. I think they're going to be breaking for lunch pretty soon. You said you think his team is a joke? I don't know, Penny. I mean, I'm 50-50. I feel like you could kind of compliment a little bit of what's going on because they kind of have been doing pretty good. I would say they're both doing a pretty good job, but it gets time where it's just so repetitive that I'm like, this is just repetitive. It's too much. And what's the purpose when it repeats itself? What is the purpose of that? Oh my God, we're gonna have to play Make It Make Sense video after we go on break. I'm gonna have to play that because that is a warning to all Diddy content creators. Diddy got caught hiding evidence. All right, I gotta hear what he has to say about this. You think it's strategic being so repetitive? Damn. Could be different things. This is the longest delay I would say that it seems like they might have had in terms of Diddy. Okay, we don't have an update yet. Damn, what is going on? CNN, no update. Washington, no update. He said he hit his phone. It's not good. Right? The phone, I want to hear what's going on. I want to hear what's going on. You said she's been repeating herself over and over, just clueless. We get Teeny. She's good at circling things. I'm like, but can we just get to the point where we need to go? Because it gets a little bit tiring after a while when we're just going again, again, and again at the same question. Here we go. When you say you locked the phone, was it a button? She says yes. So he did not force a physical lock, but a button lock. Right. What was he saying? That I'm crazy? A lot of yelling? You go in the closet? Yes. Okay. So they're talking about that whole situation that happened. Damn. You said his phone was there on purpose? I'm trying to get. Do I still have more ice while I'm waiting for an update? Mm-mm. No update. Yeah. We're all waiting. You ready for the next witness? What else is going to happen here? That's what I want to know. That is the question. They have to touch on everything that the prosecutor did, and that's why it seems repetitive. The prosecutors had for days. That's right. Oh yeah, the gray gums. Oh my God, that was a thing. Sylvia's like, I'm sleeping. No, wake up. Wake it up. Wake it up. I think I'm gonna have a hole on this desk at the end of this whole hearing. Honestly. Sitting here in peanut butter out of a jar. I'm starving. I'm ready to eat. Okay. I'm wondering what's gonna happen here. Okay, make sure you guys are supporting. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Where are we at? Let me know. Make sure you guys are helping out if you can. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. What else? It just seems like so crazy. There's just too much happening. Even Sloan did a video. Witness 3 is in danger. Where is she at too? I wonder if Gina's like, I'm out. I'm not testifying. I'm out. Let me double like. We are dying slowly. We're waiting. You said bring in the next witness. Yes. You're watching from London, England? Thank you. We're like waiting. I'm like, come on. Because it started kind of crazy and now it's like, oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Ay, Dios mío. No update. Oh. What is this? Freak-offs matter. Sean Diddy Combs. Cassie Ventura, Young Mike. Oh my God. Why do they do this? Are you guys watching this? Oh shit. This is too much. There's like too much going on. People are doing too much. Let's see. Today's court hearing is making me feel like I ate 10 edibles and it's moving that slow. I'm trying to get, is it just me? I'm like, can we go? I couldn't scroll down anymore. I don't want to get in trouble. Twitter has no children. I have Twitter. Twitter's doing too much, man. I'm telling you, there's just too much. Twitter has become, and I know people are like, well, go over here. And I'm like, I don't think it's any better. Actually, nowhere on the internet is it ever safe. Okay? Nowhere on the internet. So Weinstein, the judge declared a mistrial? Is that right? This was 13 minutes ago? Damn, what? Well, that's breaking news. Harvey Weinstein got lucky in his S crimes retrial Thursday. A New York judge just declared a mistrial on his R charges after the jury foreperson was a no-show. Well, damn. There you go. Breaking news. Okay, we're going. Gargo says, you take your working out seriously, right? Yes. But you did not put on activewear, but rather a dress. Why? Because I could easily put it on. After the altercation, you ran and hid behind the wall. Oh, they're talking about that altercation. Where was your phone? Back in the house. When you went back, you saw Mr. Combs. He was out on the street. This had been hours. It had. She said this had been hours. That was a question that I had. So when there was the altercation and it got physical, she ran into her closet and she changed her clothes. And I don't know if it was like the first thing that she could find, but I think it was like a dress. So she got into a dress. Like she changed. She got into this dress. And Combs, Garrigo said, after the altercation, you ran and you hid behind the wall. Where was your phone? Well, she got on, you did not put on activewear, but rather a dress. Why? Because I could put it on easily. So a dress she was able to put on very quickly. After the altercation, you ran and hid behind the wall. Where was your phone? Back in the house. When you went back, you saw Mr. Combs. He went out of the street. He went out on the street. This had been hours. It had. Okay. So she saw him at some point. Yeah, she put on like a dress and heels. Like she put on something, like a sundress and heels. That's right. Yeah. I'm like, I would have gotten my tennis shoes, you know? So maybe the sundress was she could easily move, but she had a lot of activewear. I don't know. Yes, it was posted on Twitter. I'm not watching that. It was posted. That's what I said. Who posted that? And it was. I'm not watching. I'm not going to post that. I'll get in trouble. Okay. You were angry and screaming. Called him a Pedialyte. I called him a monster, but he didn't kick you again. He didn't. You punched him in the back of the head, and he punched you. He punched me twice. Oh my God. It's the so are we trying to justify the punching? I don't know. Are we trying to justify the punching? I guess I don't know. Let me know. Yes. Oh my God. I can't play the sound on this. So this is what everybody's talking about. 5 Dimes put a video, and it's like the intro of Family Matters, but instead of the Family Matters characters, it's the characters on this whole situation with the trial. Of course, Sean Diddy Combs, Cassie, he puts in Cassie, Young Miami, like he morphed their faces. Jane Doe and Kid Cudi and the car blowing up in the back, and J-Lo was still put in there. And oh my God, this guy, and even Justin Bieber, then the Punisher. You have got it's like horrible. No, he's going to hell, man. He's going to hell. He's going to hell. I can't even play this shit because then I'll get in trouble. He did a let me just, I'm not going to play it. I'm going to show you guys. Look, he did this. He did like a little like freak off thing, right? It's Sean Diddy Combs, and I'm going to stop it at some point. Then he puts in Cassie as a side chick. Like, I'm like, that's too much. But it's the people that he puts after Jane Doe. He puts in Jane Doe. He's just doing too much. Way too much. I've watched it already. I'm not going to, I can't play it. That's too much. You Oh my God, Sicilian Beauty, thank you so much for everything that you do. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Sicilian Beauty. Thank you for supporting me. It's like he's going to hell. He's going to hell for that shit. Okay, now we're on a break. All right, now we're on a break. And this thing has 92,000 likes so far. He says, I didn't produce this one, but check out the Gilgo Beach on Peacock. You're going to hell, dude. You are so going to hell for that shit. That's crazy. That is crazy. Okay, we're going to watch this, and then I'm going to play Mims. Well, maybe I should, but I'm hungry. I got to get something to eat. So I got to play this. That's crazy. He's going to hell. He's undefeated. Well, is he? He's going to hell. I can't show you guys. I cannot. Go watch if you want to. I cannot. Then come back and tell me what you think. I just can't. He apparently produced something. All right, I'm gonna play this. This is out of Armand, but I gotta run and get something. I'm hungry, y'all. I gotta eat. Self-care.
Things were going to get so explosive in the Diddy trial today.
I'll be back.
There'd be like tears and explosions and, a call for a mistrial over the way a witness was being cross-examined, because it's a really important witness. And I can say this, bending one's own preferences or goals or attitudes to find common ground with your husband or your wife or your partner or your lover, that is generally considered to be a sign of a healthy relationship. Think we can agree on that? But in the Diddy trial, it could be proof of racketeering and maybe even sex trafficking or both. A witness that's being identified only as Jane was back on the stand today, and no doubt she was bracing for the hell, that we all expected, like this vigorous cross-examination that was going to put her through the paces, probing like the thin and the blurry line between free will and coercion. Jane was part of Diddy's life and vice versa. They were lovers for 3 years. And today, I don't know, this is hard. I was kind of stunned when she said it. She said she still loved Diddy. She loved him then, and still loves him today, after everything we have heard that she's been through. But she said she did not understand going in what that love would cost her. She said that she broke her own boundaries with so-called hotel nights, right? That's the other term for freak-offs that we heard with Cassie, the other girlfriend who went through it, she said. Just to be the girlfriend that Diddy wanted. She said she didn't know what it was going to take and got in too deep too fast. Confronted with her own text messages and voice messages in which she said she didn't mind those hotel nights, freak-offs. Jane said that that was to keep Diddy from feeling rejected. The defense pointed out that Jane sometimes arranged those escorts and those like super kinky nights herself, to which Jane said, quote, "I knew there was an undertone, an expectation of me," end quote. And if it sounded like she was addicted to Sean Diddy Combs, it is entirely possible he may have been just as hooked on her, because in a voicemail that jurors heard today, he called Jane, and I quote, again, these are his words, he called her the crack pipe, adding, quote, "That's my new name for you, crack pipe. Call you CP," end quote. Takes all kinds. Team Diddy also introduced texts between Jane and a woman identified only as KK. But if you've been following our coverage, that is presumably Diddy's former chief of staff, Christina Courtroom. Christina with a K, Courtroom with a K. The two talked about booking flights and arranging to carry drugs to Miami. I'll get back to that in a moment, because as I do the TikTok on what the law requires in racketeering, yeah, you know, you shouldn't be using your staff, if this is what happened, to be arranging drug deals. Jane testified that she also had a phone call with KK to coordinate that drug delivery. Again, if you're keeping score, this could be considered drug trafficking, and that is one of the predicate acts to racketeering. And the feds are now calling Christina Courtroom a, quote, co-conspirator, though for now she hasn't been charged. But ouch, if you are her. Here's what I think is going on in the background. And again, this is me. I think she's been doing a lot of talking to the feds, trying to figure out with her attorneys, what do I do now? As in right effing now. Because if she's not getting immunity, because they said she's going to testify, she'll be charged with all the things that you're hearing the witnesses testify to. And I wouldn't want to take my chances. But speaking of drugs, Jane admitted that she chose ecstasy over cocaine and ketamine. She has an immunity deal too, Jane does. And when asked about her power to approve or reject certain sex workers, Jane said that sometimes she preferred the familiar ones to the unknown ones. Jane admitted that even now, Diddy pays her rent, a whopping $10,000 a month, and that he is still paying her legal fees, even though she stopped meeting with Diddy's lawyers. Right? Eventually she said, "I don't think I'm being honest to the truth." I think these are her words. "I'm not being honest to the truth. I'm being loyal to him and not to the truth." So she stopped meeting with Diddy's lawyers, but he's still paying her legal bills. She said during their 3-year relationship, Diddy wired her $150,000 and invested $20,000 in her clothing line. Jane also admitted that she was jealous of the gifts that he was apparently buying for other women, like expensive things like a Chanel bag. Diddy's lawyer asked about a bag that Jane was gifted. And here's what the lawyer asked. "What is a Bottega bag?" To which Jane fired back, "I'm sure you have one." And then the lawyer asked how much such a bag costs. And Jane snapped back, "How much does my body cost?" So, whoa, that's kind of fiery stuff. Jane testified that she enjoyed taking care of Diddy, including bathing him and massaging his feet, and that she did not want to judge his desires then and now, even though she says she wants to understand them. She said at one point she researched why he liked to watch her having sex with other men, and that she concluded he may have, quote, been bi-curious, that he was unwilling to satisfy such bi-curiosity directly. I'm paraphrasing, but these are her words under oath. My guest was in the courtroom for all of this. Armin Wiggins is a journalist and an author who moved to New York just to cover this trial, so that is commitment. He breaks this all down on his YouTube show and his podcast, The Armin Wiggins Show. Armin, I have said this before, I'll say it again. I think you have a really, really great insight that a lot of people are missing in this trial, which is why I'm going to ask you back early and often. So give me a little bit of a lowdown on Jane. Like, I feel like something really changed today.
Listen, today was explosive for me just because up until this point, I didn't know how to take Jane, because I just felt like, okay, she was very emotionally charged through the prosecution testimony. But today we saw a different Jane. She was ready. She was ready for the defense. And to me, by far, she was the most poised, testimony that went against the defense in this trial. To me, she showed credibility.
Okay, so here's what I want to ask you. Because when you don't have cameras in the courtroom and you're relegated to accepting these chalk drawings, it makes me crazy. Because there's so much that comes through in communication through nuance that you can't put on the printed page. And all the reporters are doing an amazing job, but it's not the same as your two eyes, because you're watching it, you're feeling it.
Yep.
I got the sense from reading a lot about this that Jane was this soft-spoken, very vulnerable witness, and very believable, sobbing, gasping, trying to get her breath, ugly crying on the stand, up until today, when suddenly she is mad AF and is showing a different side that maybe the jury will think, was I being played the last 3 days?
Yeah.
I don't think that that's what that was. I think that she showed strength because the defense has had a reputation of breaking down every witness that's came up there until today. I think that
Kanye is at the trial? Kanye West is at the trial? You're kidding, right? Oh my, you're kidding. Wait. Hold up. Oh my God. Hold up. Okay, I will give you one. Give me a second. Yeah, is it true? At the courthouse? Let me see. I haven't seen anybody talk about it. Let me see what the Independent is saying. That would be crazy if he's there. That would be crazy. I haven't seen anything. Other YouTubers are reporting it. I hope I didn't. No, you're fine. I haven't heard any. I heard that. I mean, people were saying it in the chat, but I don't know. I don't know if it's true. Let me see. I'll tell you. I want to go to. I'm waiting for my food to get done and heated, but I want to go to Make It Make Sense because I want to see what he had to say. Shout out to Make It Make Sense. Make sure you guys are checking the channel. Let me hit the like button on this. Listen to what he's saying, and I'm gonna find out who's talking about Kanye. Kanye West.
What's up, everybody? It's Make It Make Sense, and we got to talk about the mess going on at the courtroom and how to stop it. It's getting out of hand, and people are getting exposed. Like the video's intro plays, we got a lot to get into, and we do not have a lot of time.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense to me intellectually.
Make it make sense. You know
Yes. I think this is Mim's intro. Let me see if I can skip this. Shout out to Mim. Oh, Lord have mercy. Here we go. Okay.
I avoid it because I don't really need it, but that's not the point. You all, the content creators, have been tagging me in so many videos about other content creators and who might have exposed Jane and who might have exposed Mia, and I get it. The problem is, and you guys, once I say it, you're going to think, wow, that was extremely simple. I don't know why I didn't think of this first. If your goal is to protect a victim or protect a witness that is supposed to remain anonymous, great. But if your goal is to get back at another content creator that you may not like, or you don't like the way that they're moving, it is extremely short-sighted to think.
Oh, we got a BJ raid. I'm sorry, guys. I'm over here paying attention. Shout out to BJ. Thank you, BJ, for the raid. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Shout out to everybody. I'm sorry. I'm totally focused on what Mims is about to say because I'm so into what's he going to say.
I'm going to put them in a video and show every time they have exposed the witness, because now you are exposing the witness. It's not too hard. I mean, we all make our content. I'm usually the one that says, get it how you live. However, in this particular situation, even if you don't like the witness or you have no desire to protect the witness who should remain anonymous, what would be the point of risking your channel or getting admonished by the court?
That's right.
I'm in the courtroom. I sit and I listen after things are technically over and the jury has left and the witnesses have left. And basically what they are saying is there will eventually be investigations. See, whatever they do now sets a precedent for later on for any of you who do want to cover these court cases.
Absolutely.
You cannot move
that way.
You can't move so reckless.
I agree. Hey guys, thank you so much. Shout out to everybody. Thank you, BJ, for the raid. Oh, shout out to BJ. Mary, thank you so much for the $4.99. I'm just listening, like I'm waiting for my food to heat up, and then I'm listening a little bit to what happened exactly. I know that court started like an hour or so later. That's crazy, and I guess it had to do a lot with this.
Again, if you are choosing to make videos of someone exposing a witness, you have just exposed the witness to your own subscribership.
Exactly.
So what would be the point? Moreover, it's your duty, your obligation as a content creator who wants to follow this to literally follow the rules of the court. Now, content creators don't have like the same journalistic integrity. I get it, but you want to move a little different, especially since your channel might now be in jeopardy. If they say they want to hold you in contempt, you can read through what SDNY's contempt of court options are. Absolutely. Some of those are jail time. It doesn't take anything for them to go to Google, get your real name, and then proceed accordingly. So just a warning to all content creators who are exposing other content creators who are exposing the witness. You are now exposing the witness. So figure it out. I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you it's probably not a good look since the feds are looking into it. But while we're on Diddy.
Oh my God.
Following this case has been extremely interesting because Diddy has been allowed to move around like a gangster his entire adult life. But one of the things that was recently unsealed was the fact that Diddy actively knew that there was a device that the government did not have. So he reached out to, actually, let me read it to you really quickly. Let me see.
We read this earlier this morning.
On September 16, 2024, following the defendant's arrest, law enforcement executed another search warrant for the hotel room the defendant was occupying, seizing all the electronics in the room, including an iPhone 11. They did this all by the book, even though if you have been following it like I have been following it, Diddy was making all kinds of accusations of them seizing things unlawfully. They had a filter team that was supposed to go in and decide what things were privileged between Diddy and his attorney. Well, that didn't work out.
Yep.
Let me see.
The phone situation that we were talking about, I kind of wonder about that. And Sicilian Beauty, thank you. What? She wants a charger. Sicilian Beauty, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, Sicilian Beauty. Thank you. Yeah, shout out to BJ. Thank you, BJ. Shout out to BJ for sending everybody. I'm waiting for my food to heat up, y'all.
Let me see. A few minutes later, approximately 10:47 a.m., the defendant sent staff one a voice note, an audio recording telling staff one that another member of his staff two, had located a cell phone in his residence and that the device contained information regarding a woman with whom the defendant had previously had a romantic relationship, female one, during the charged conspiracy. Specifically, the defendant stated, "I don't know how in the world, but all of a sudden this phone, I just came up, we found in the house. And it's the time from when me and female one went to the thing. So they got to be so much stuff on the hard drive of the phone. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going to send you a picture of it so you can see it and understand like this could be a big breakthrough, just like because we didn't have that phone and this phone is just sitting there. And they're just data wise has to be a lot of shit in that phone. I didn't delete nothing out of that phone. I'm going to send you a picture of it now." Approximately 6 hours later at 5:27, the defendant sent a text message to staff one. "Hey, are you okay? Just let me know you're safe." 2 minutes later at approximately 5:21, the defendant sent another text asking staff one to have his lawyer, Tinny Garagos, call him. "I have a 911 need, Tinny, to call this phone ASAP. Important." An hour and a half later at approximately 7:08, the defendant again texted staff one, "Send me Tinny's number. It's important, she needs to know. I can't play these games right now. I need to speak to my lawyer and I don't have the number. Just send me the phone number, please. Like, I can't even understand why you're not sending my lawyer my number. And I'm telling you, I have something majorly important that I have to speak to my lawyer about. Now, y'all, to me, this is sounding a little bit crackish.
Yes.
Maybe let me put my banner up. Maybe like he said
crackish.
Skiing on the slopes.
Like, is he like, I'm so excited because I found this 2011 iPhone and it's about to get down and there's information in there. I wondered about that. And I kind of wonder what KK's state of mind was as well. What is it that was in that phone? And then they want to make this privilege too. I have a lot of questions about that. Desperation in the message. Yeah.
Because this is extremely sloppy. Any gangster worth their weight in gold could tell you that all of these text messages are discoverable. And just saying that you need to speak to your lawyer is not grounds for attorney-client privilege. Y'all, this is crazy. I want to know what's in the phone. Now, the investigators definitely want to know what's in this phone because you're basically begging to try to get it back. What was the exact words? It's just a big breakthrough. It's a lot of shit in that phone. And I didn't delete nothing from that phone. That's telling you everything you need to know, that this is the phone that we need. It's kind of like when his son made he made a song right after things started popping off with his dad and himself. You know, the slow one. And he was like, the feds checked the wrong house. Like, most of us did not know that Diddy owned Star Island number 2 and number 1.
I didn't know.
He's saying that everything was hidden.
I thought it was just Star Island number 2. So how did they? Okay, maybe that was a mistake. I'm not really sure. Maybe it was in a different person's name.
In Star Island number 1. Jane was saying that she was going to Star Island number 1. So he owns both the residents right at the beginning, like as soon as you enter Star Island. I want to know what's on this phone. But as you can tell, this is not privileged information. This is not, this man is an idiot. I don't know. This is not a good look. I want to know if we're going to find out specifically what was in that phone. He said nothing was deleted off the hard drive. So that would have been definitely in the Cassie area. I don't know. You tell me what you think in the comments, and especially about the content creators. Y'all, we're all here to do a job. I'm not the one to tell y'all what to do, but as it applies to witnesses and victims who are supposed to remain anonymous, it's just that. Leave them anonymous. I got to run. Y'all have a good day, and I'm going to see you later for my entire court day experience from the day. Have a good one.
That's amazing. Shout out to Mims. Shout out to Mims. Listen, I guess I want to know what you guys think in the comments about this whole situation. I have a lot of questions. I do.
Good evening. I'm Mike Marzo as we take a look back at another day of testimony in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs. Today, prosecutors expressed some concerns over a juror in this case. And testimony continued from one of Combs' ex-girlfriends using the name Jane. In just a moment, we'll be joined by ABC News legal contributor Bernarda Villalona to dig deeper into everything that happened in court. But first up, here's Darla Miles with a recap from Lower Manhattan.
Defense attorneys for Sean Diddy Combs accusing federal prosecutors of a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror from the 55-year-old mogul sex trafficking and racketeering trial. At issue, juror number 6, a black male from the Bronx. Wednesday afternoon, the U.S.
So did they figure this out? I thought they were going to figure this out today. Are they going to dismiss this juror, replace him? What are they going to do? Has anybody else heard anything? Because I haven't heard anything else from other than just the conversation, lack of candor.
U.S. Attorney's Office citing his lack of candor, but not going much further about what's at issue. Juror number 6 is seated on the front row of the jury box, directly across from the podium where attorneys from both sides question witnesses. Federal prosecutors waving the flag just a week after Judge Arun Subramanian threatened to remove Combs from the courtroom for the duration of the trial for his nonverbal communications directed at the jury box. Subramanian saying he will resolve this issue by the end of the week. Also today, defense attorneys continuing their cross-examination of his girlfriend testifying under the pseudonym Jane, reviewing dozens of text messages, including one she sent Combs in 2022, demanding he cut short a vacation with the singer known as Young Miami, another girlfriend he had at the time. That text message reading, "If you don't come home now, we're not going to do anything you want to do."
Right.
Jane telling the court.
Hold up. Let me shout out Candy's Life. Thank you so much for the $2 because I can give it today. You deserve it, Rabbit. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. And then let me shout out here for the show. Thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was the first time I was so upset that I pulled that card. Defense attorneys asking, the hotel night card? Jane answering yes. Defense attorneys also reviewing a text from Jane to Combs during her birthday trip to Miami in 2023 saying, "Baby, is Nobu the only option tonight?" Jane telling the court, "He conveniently booked us in a private hotel with a private entrance to the restaurant. I'm asking if he could please romance me outside of hotel rooms. This is a subtle cue to my partner." But when pressed about two different restaurant options she put in the text thread, Jane again getting testy when asked by Tinny Garagos, "You know Poppy Steak is a good restaurant in Miami." Jane answering, "I wouldn't know." Garagos asking again, "Carbone is another international Italian restaurant, right?" Jane snapping, "I guess so." Now, this is the 6.5 week of prosecutors presenting their case here on Sean Diddy Combs. We just learned today that the prosecution will now come to an end, perhaps by between Wednesday and Friday of next week. They plan to rest their case.
Joined now by ABC News legal contributor Bernardo Villalona to talk about what happened today.
Wait.
Bernardo, always great to see you.
They plan to rest Wednesday or Friday of next week because isn't Thursday a holiday? I think that's what they said.
See you, Mike.
So the biggest headline coming out of today, Jane's still on the stand.
Yes.
So we're still hearing her account of everything that went down with her experiences with Sean Combs. What was the biggest takeaway for you?
The biggest takeaway, I guess, is the entire focus of the cross-examination, meaning that Tinny Garagos, she's focusing on going through text messages. That's literally what we're hearing. Hours and hours of text messages between the relationship of Sean Combs and Jane, and sometimes with a couple of sprinkles of Jane with these entertainers.
And so what are we learning? Because this is really tedious testimony that we're talking about, specific dates, specific text messages, and the trove of digital information that prosecutors had to go through to be able to focus in and hone in on these particular dates. What was so significant about some of the texts that they were talking about today?
So in terms of the text messages, we got to remember that during the direct examination by the government, by the prosecutors, they also entered text messages to try to corroborate the testimony of Jane, of when she told explicitly Sean Combs that she no longer wanted to engage in these freak-offs and these hotel nights, as she frames it. So that was important for the prosecution to give an idea of how she felt and how she expressed herself to Sean Combs, so he can be on notice that she does not want to do this. This is against her will. Now, on the flip side, the defense yesterday, and especially today for about 4 hours or so, they were going through the text messages where she was saying that she actually enjoyed these hotel nights, also going through the text messages of the jealousy that she had of Sean Combs, seeing Sean Combs with other women, especially on social media, of his dates with other women, and those women actually posting that to their social media accounts. But also they took it also a step further. During the direct examination of Jane, prosecutors got from her that 90% of the time that she spent with Sean Combs was to engage in these hotel nights. Now today, for over an hour, the defense attorney was going through text messages where she was able to pinpoint dates that Jane spent time with Sean Combs and they weren't engaged in a hotel night, that they were actually spending time together. So that will rebut her credibility as to this frequency of these hotel nights and that she didn't want to engage in them. So that was pretty much the target of the defense doing this entire cross-examination of Jane, portray her as like, look, you loved him, you wanted to satisfy your lover. I wanted to satisfy my lover, my partner, because that's her language, doing all the times that she just wanted to make him happy. Two, that she really was getting something out of this relationship. That's why she continued in this relationship, that she was free to leave. She just did not want to leave. And three, of course, that she was.
Thank you so much, Donna W. Appreciate you. No, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you. Thank you. You guys are amazing. I'm eating and I'm watching, y'all. I'm eating and I'm watching because I'm like, you know, I kind of go with the stream this way because, you know, we're on lunch and stuff, but I got to eat something too.
The one who actually organized a lot of these hotel nights, that it wasn't strictly Sean Combs.
And we learned today in some of the detail of some of these hotel nights, at least one in particular, that she organized a meetup with two other guys.
Yes. She wanted to do a surprise night for Sean Combs, and she was the one who actually organized two men to appear doing one of these hotel nights, again, showing that she was the one who initiated that. So while she may be having buyer's remorse now, that's not what she expressed doing 2021 to 2024 when they were actually together.
So how did the jury, or at least how do we perceive the jury, sort of taking this all in and understanding and trying to make out the concept of what the defense is trying to do to kind of go back to the testimony that she first gave? What was their reaction?
Exactly. So you got to think, so the jury they're paying close attention. They are taking notes, but I did notice today that it seems like the jurors aren't taking as many notes as they were doing direct examination. So that's a bit concerning, because it could be like, I have my mind made up, or I'm tired of hearing this, or, you know, I just want her off the stand already. But what's going to come down to it, remember, these jurors aren't going to remember every text message that was read to them. Obviously, they're taking notes, but they're not supposed to rely on their notes exclusively. If they want something read back to them when they're deliberating, then they have to ask the judge to read back some of their testimony. So that's why it's going to come down to closing arguments, where both sides are going to have to tell this jury, this is what you need to focus on. This is what I was trying to get through when I was asking these questions of these witnesses. This is why it's important and why it's relevant to the charges. I have to say this, Mike. So while The defense was focused.
I do feel like honestly, it seems like a lot of what's the word? There's a lot of repetition that's happening even now, but like I said, like somebody said in the chat, they have to go through every point by point that was brought up during the prosecution. So this is very well a point taken, but I do wonder how the jurors are seeing this witness at this point. I have a lot of questions.
Focusing on Jane and how she was getting these entertainers and that she wanted to enter into these hotel nights. They're focusing on the sex trafficking charge. But the problem is with you focusing on the sex trafficking charge, there's no issue or contesting that these entertainers were hired for sex. And if that's the case, then you're losing on the transportation to engage in.
Belen, thank you so much for the cash app. Belen says, for more transcript support, my lover. Belen. Thank you, Belen. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Prostitution, at least the defense is. So I guess what they're trying to do is say, like, look, we want to beat the strongest charges and we're okay, not okay, but we're willing to settle with the lesser of the charges.
It's important to point out, too, once we get to the deliberation phase, and we're not there just yet.
Nowhere near it.
but as we sort of like think about how all of this could be setting in for the jury, they can attack each of these counts separately, meaning
yes,
they can find a different
absolutely,
judgment based on each count.
Absolutely. Right? So you think that it's racketeering conspiracy, and that's the one that if Sean Combs were to be found guilty, in reality, he can face up to life on that one, also given his age. So you have the racketeering conspiracy. And really, you can find him guilty of the racketeering conspiracy and not guilty of the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, or the transportation to engage in prostitution. Because with the racketeering conspiracy, you're saying that he formed a criminal enterprise, it's an agreement to fulfill the purposes of this criminal enterprise, and that he engaged in at least 2 patterns of racketeering acts, which is arson. So we know that's Kid Cudi's car, the kidnapping, Capricorn on 2 different occasions, having to deal with the lie detector, and then when supposedly Sean Combs put in a car and they drove out to Kid Cudi's house. So you have that, you have the bribery and the witness tampering, which having to do with the money that they paid that security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel to get that video footage. So literally, you can find him guilty focusing on those witnesses and not even thinking about Cassie or Jane. So they can find him guilty on different counts.
There was a development today with one of the jurors, and the defense is asking for an issue or a ruling on, was it juror number 6?
So Mike, we're not sure what's really going down. So what we do know for a fact, there is an issue with one of the jurors on the main jury, one of the 12. So we believe it's juror number 6, just because an attorney slipped out the number, juror number 6. So in terms, I believe it was Monday, that judge asked for the lead attorney on the prosecution and the lead attorney on the defense side to accompany him in chambers with a court reporter. As soon as he said court reporter, we know that's something on the record. They sealed that record so that way the public doesn't know exactly what was discussed.
What was going on with juror number 6? What do you guys think is happening with juror number 6? Let me know in the comments. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, please, and thank you. Let me see what we're at on those likes. And shout out to BJ again. We love that Surprise Witness TV. You guys know I'm a huge supporter of BJ. Shout out to BJ for doing the thing too and supporting our channel. Can we get to 1,000 likes? I really would appreciate it. Please and thank you. Best way to support is just by hitting the like button. Thank you. Thank you. Let me hit play on this. But I do want to know, what do you guys think the prosecution had an issue? Like, did they find something in juror number 6 background that they said, oh, no, we gotta figure it out. He can't be here. Did they find something? What do you guys think? Let me know.
But again, yesterday it was addressed, and the defense attorney slipped out juror number 6, and that they wanted an opportunity to put in papers regarding the issue. Again, it came up today. Again, they're not saying exactly what the issue is. All we know is that it involves juror number 6. The prosecution said something about that it has to deal with that juror's candor. So it could have been something that he did not state or did state when he was being questioned. And the defense made the allegation that this is a way of the prosecution trying to get rid of a Black juror. The judge said that he'll reach a decision probably by the end of the week, and he'll let the parties know. Important to know that if that juror is taken off of the jury, that doesn't mean that there's a mistrial, because that's why they have alternate jurors, and alternate juror will ultimately replace that main juror.
Interesting. We'll see how it all plays out as we continue. As you mentioned, we're not there yet.
Not there yet.
Court resumes tomorrow morning. Stay with Eyewitness News and ABC 7 and Y for all the new updates. We have a real-time blog as well, following the details from the courtroom.
Juror number 6, yes. Actually, it was the New York Post who posted that during jury selection of who juror number 6 was, as far as his background. But my thing is, if I remember correctly, and I want to say that there was an issue with insurance or something like that. This guy had gotten sued. He might have gotten like I don't think he has a criminal record or anything, but there was something else. Was it being honest or dishonest? Was this the juror that people are saying he was making eye contact with Diddy a lot? Who was Diddy making eye contact specifically? And he's sitting in the front.
The defense in the Sean Diddy Combs trial is finishing cross-examination of one of the rapper's ex-girlfriends. But first, the judge called a private meeting with the prosecution, defense, and lawyer for the woman testifying as Jane. Yesterday, defense attorneys tried to use Jane's own text messages to show she willingly took part in Combs' sex life and is not the victim of force or coercion. At one point, she cried so hard on the witness stand she couldn't even finish reading those texts. Now, the prosecution says they expect to rest their case next week. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. ABC's Rena Roy and legal contributor, criminal defense attorney Shauna Lloyd, are outside that courthouse. So, Rena, what's the latest on this private meeting?
Well, Diane, we know that there were several issues discussed behind closed doors, and that one of them involved whether or not non-alleged victims who take the stand can use pseudonyms. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo argued that they should go on the record with their real name so that when someone hears about testimony who's outside of the trial and they might have information about that testimony, that they can come forward and offer to testify. And they were specifically discussing an issue from 2024 when Jane testified.
Look at the art. Look, I'm sorry. Like, I know we don't have any pictures, but the artist, like, look at the way they're drawing the judge and everybody else. The judge looks like he's displeased at this point. He looks upset in this picture. I don't know. I mean, I can only do stick figures, but like, look.
That she flew to Las Vegas with a friend of hers who's a famous rapper and then went to a hotel room where she saw a male escort named Anton having sex with a woman while that rapper and his girlfriend watched. She testified that that escort was somebody that she previously had a hotel night with along with Combs. The prosecution, though, wants to keep those pseudonyms, and they say that sufficient information about that event specifically and about Jane have been disclosed. Diane.
Shauna, what does this mean for the trial going forward?
What this means going forward is essentially the defense is lodging this idea. Trials are supposed to be public. They are open to everyone to come and see. And the reason historically has been so that information can be gotten from anyone who knows about it. Now, they're arguing that this is an infringement on Jane's privacy because these are people that she's connected to and events that she participated in. The defense is rebutting that, though. They want these names to be public because what they're saying is if there is some information out there that could either be used to impeach her or discredit some of the testimony that is being given, that they want those people to come forward. So this could change the dynamic and the credibility of her if they come forward.
Shauna, the prosecution said yesterday they expect to rest the case next week, Wednesday or Friday, depending, but by Friday, they say. What are you watching for as the defense starts calling witnesses?
So what I'm expecting for when the prosecution wraps up is someone to bring it all together. There's either going to be a personal assistant, a bodyguard, or someone who's going to bring all of these events together. For the defense, I expect that they're going to bring forth witnesses that are going to rebut everything that we've heard. They're going to either be witnesses that have seen first.
Sylvia, thank you for some. Pho sounds delicious, actually. We might do some pho tonight. Thank you, Sylvia. I appreciate it. If you're still in the chat, I just got the notification for yours.
And have a different point of view, or witnesses that can impeach any of the testimony that's been given. So that way they start and increase that reasonable doubt that they are looking for.
All right, Rena Roy, Shauna Lloyd, thank you both.
You said,
and for more on the Combs trial, catch the ABC.
You said you didn't cover, there was a sidebar and talk about the bribing room before they broke for lunch. I had to get some food. I was like, there's a bribing room? Oh, you're talking about the robing room. Okay, well, let's go to Inner City Press right now since I'm here. I have to eat, so I have to, like, listen, I can't be getting low blood sugars or anything like that, so I got to eat right away when I'm hungry. Okay. So prior to that, they had a sidebar. Okay. This is the judge. I like to lead the counsel and counsel to Jane to come to the robing room, another robing room situation. Agnifilo says, I like to do this in the presence of Mr. Combs. AUSA Comey says, if this is about the issue we discuss in the robing room, we have concerns. Sidebar. So there's a sidebar. And the jury's not there, so why would they need a sidebar for this? 12:48, they're back from sidebar. I'm really going to break for lunch. There is nothing to put on the record, says Inner City Press. Now breaking for lunch. What happened in the sidebar? Huh? The bribing room. I know. I was like, we've said a lot about those robing rooms. I'm like, what happens in those robing rooms? De-robing rooms, robing rooms. So they're talking, and do they want this on the record or off the record? Is she going to, I thought she was going to be done before lunch. I know. I said the bribing room. What's the bribing room? They meant to say the robing room. What's a robing room? It's like judges' chambers. That's what the robing room is where the judge goes and basically you know, he'll have conversations with you, or it's like a judge's room behind the actual courtroom. So yeah, it's like a judge's chambers. But they call it the robing room. Thank you. Chef Chi, thank you so much. Bunny, you are doing a great job. We have to have patience. 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 Thank you. Teeny said that she would be done in the morning. We started late. Don't forget, April. Like this morning was started kind of like we were all just at a high because we were speculating a lot of things and wondering what's going on. We're not there. We're normal people. We speculate. That's what happens. Well, speculation is a thing that we do. We had a lot of questions about what was going on. And then it kind of started, an hour and 30 minutes later? I was wondering, and so people were coming in, they were like, well, maybe it's about the phone, that whole phone situation that Mims just discussed. It went from the phone to like, is it Jane Doe? Jane Doe's not there, to Jane Doe is there. I don't know. There was just way too much stuff going on. It was a dramatic, thank you. It was a very dramatic morning, I would say, Queen CC. Very much so. I know I was like, what? We're starting late and we're waiting. I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. And then she's going over and over these questions, Teeny Garagos, which I think is just, it's strategy. One thing that Inner City Press said, and like I said, I repeated this in the morning, but I'm gonna say it again. I felt like her questioning was a bit circular, and one could take it as like, oh, she's doing this to trump her up, or she's doing this because that's strategy. It could very well be strategy. Now, Diddy trial, the rabbit hole goes deeper. What is this about? TMZ, you drive me crazy. What happened? Well, anyways, but I do wonder, I mean, the whole celebrity, and people are speculating different celebrities and whatnot. Keeping things private, keeping things in silence. I'm kind of wondering where you guys stand with that. And then also, I saw something on social media where Young Miami is like having to respond to people because people are coming at her. I think she went to an event. There was like an event over the weekend. You guys let me know in the chat because I don't be watching these people like that. But somebody was saying to her, oh, Carisha, you could tell she doesn't have that Diddy money anymore. Like really coming at her in the comments about you don't have that Diddy money anymore. So people are coming at people. I don't know if Carisha is an actual witness. Anything is possible. I have a lot of questions about this whole situation. Let me know what you guys think. Was it the beat? I don't know. There was this is how I'm telling you guys. I literally, unless the celebrities are committing crimes, I hardly cover like celebrity stuff, unless they're committing crimes or there's something or exposing or something like that. Was it the BET Awards? Thank you. So somebody came into her comments and they were dragging her and she was responding. Hold up. I can show you guys. Young Miami responds to comments. They said something to the effect of like, you don't have that Diddy money anymore, or something like that, and it got like pretty ugly. Let me see. Young Miami reacts to comments. Here it is. This is from the Shade Room. I said I heard it somewhere. This is the Shade Room, and they were commenting on this too, and she actually commented on this. Okay. Young Miami claps back after social media users says she's missing that Diddy money. So Young Miami has clapped back after several social media users says she's missing that Diddy money in a recent reaction to a photo of a red carpet look at the 2025 BET Awards. Okay. So on Monday, June 9th, the official account, Vibe Magazine on X, formerly known as Twitter, okay, whatever, took to the platform to tweet a Young Miami appearance on the red carpet. So I guess people had something to say. Somebody said, you can tell she's missing that hashtag Diddy money, toes hanging off her shoes, wig giving beauty supply, and dress giving 1999 prom, the user wrote. See, those are like, I'm telling you, people say a lot. You guys run your mouth. You run your mouth behind these accounts. That's like fighting words. Say that to her face. That's what they said. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you're damn if you do, damn if you don't. If you have the money, then you're a gold digger. But if you're like I don't get it. That's horrible. That's all. I'm just saying. Come on now. She does look at that. She wore this. First of all, she's a gorgeous woman. Okay, regardless of what I may think, she's a gorgeous woman. Okay, like whatever her relationship was with Diddy, they literally posted this. Somebody named Jewelry Clinton with a peach said, "You can tell she's missing that hashtag Diddy money. Toes hanging out her shoes, wig giving, beauty supply dress giving, 1999 prom." Oh my, that's horrible. Like, I guess she clapped back. She responded. Somebody said she looks a little less sponsored. People on the internet literally just be talking. If you know Miami in real life, you know she's still having it her way. Somebody said, I actually like the dress. It was giving simple, elegant, and soft girl. I think she looks great. Like, what the fuck? What is wrong with these people? Somebody said this wasn't her best look. Like, people are just anyways. So she does respond. She said people can hit her up on her DM if they got problems with her in her dress. So I think she's a gorgeous woman. That's what I know. It's like, why do people do that? I don't know. But anyways, it's like you're damn if you do or damn if you don't. If she was still with Diddy, which we don't know, but if she was, then it would be a whole different story. Oh, she's an enabler. Oh, she's this or that. It's like you can't win on the internet. That's why I said, you got to pick your fights very carefully because you just can't win on the internet. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes it's not even worth it, Let people go back and forth on their own. That's what you have to do. That is true. Fashion is subjective, but to tell her that she looks less sponsored, I don't know. No update. Let's see. I think it's jealousy. CNN says, okay, we have an update now. If I can get CNN to work. The jury is on lunch break. Okay, that was earlier, 19 minutes ago. I think the break is 30 minutes or something? Damn, I forgot to get something. I might have to run to the other room and get it. I think the jury's on break still, but it's like for 30 minutes. Let me see what else. I don't want to play TMZ, but everybody's like, I do wonder about Juror 6, if they're going to meet on that, what's going to happen there. I have a lot of questions about this phone. And it's interesting that it's a 2011 phone. It's not like a new phone, which tells me that he is used to keeping a lot of his devices. I'm sure that being a celebrity, you kind of have to keep some of these devices and stuff like that. Let me see what Infamous Sylvia is saying, who's actually out there. Shout out to Infamous Sylvia. Let's see. Infamous Sylvia. Make sure you guys check her out, please, and thank you. She's actually amazing. Afternoon update. She gave us an afternoon.
It is very hot. Hey, it's 89 degrees outside. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm going to take it off.
Damn.
I'm going to take it off.
I'm going to see if I can go to her updates.
Know what was going on. I heard that somebody said that Kanye is here. No, Kanye is not here. Imagine if Kanye was here, do you think that this little bit of people would be here?
Kanye's not there.
This little bit of people would be here. Not true. And I know there was speculation about
if Kanye was there, I'm telling you, I mean, you saw how it got when Kid Cudi was there. If Kanye was there, I think people would be immediately gravitating to that. Yeah.
A phone being found. No, that was part of the discovery back when they arrested him. There's nothing new. Nothing happened. So I'm sorry to disappoint you guys, but the facts are the facts.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. It's an iPhone 11, not a 2011. So what year did the iPhone 11 come out? Where are we at the 16 now? Yeah, it's not too old.
Okay. All of this is tactics, y'all. Tactics.
That's why I do not deal with you. Y'all let me leave me. Unhand me.
Unhand me, you heathen.
We're waiting for the family to come out. Lunch should be starting in a minute. Didn't even listen to the other person report about phone last. It's not. There was nothing new found, y'all. You know, the discovery was given to the defense a while back. Everything that is supposed to be part of the case has been given. Okay. And the judge blamed himself because he wanted to clarify some stuff. It had to do with them with the with the transcript. They read over the transcript of what was said and things like that, and it's more of an impeachment type of thing, And then the prosecution wanted to bring some evidence, some other statements in, and the judge denied that. The judge also denied something that the defense wanted to bring. So that's basically it. It's nothing fantastic, nothing great. They just want to make sure everything's on record, everything is right.
Okay.
All right.
So nothing too crazy, I guess. I don't know. I guess it depends on where everybody stands. The 2011 came out in 2018 and 2019. Ah, okay. That's what I'm saying. The 11 is not too old. I still have a 2013. I refuse to get the 2016. Let me know. Does anybody have an older phone, older model? Of course, it's probably in its last legs because that's how these iPhones are built. Like they're built so that every 3 years you have to get a new one. That's how they make these iPhones.
That's Uda over here. You see him? Over here. He's just running his mouth. Look at him. Look at Uda. I might have to get off this phone here because this phone is about to die. I think it is. No, not yet. We got enough juice for a moment. Why was Diddy distorted? Diddy wasn't distorted. What are you talking about? Mimi, what are you talking about? Diddy's distorted. He's not distorted. He's sitting in the cat. What are y'all talking about?
Destroyed or distorted?
Okay, she gave a testimony in regards to her, her demeanor. Well, she gave a testimony about, they read her text messages about before she found out about Cassie's lawsuit. She was feeling a certain kind of way, and then after the lawsuit, she felt a different way, And they just basically saying that she had a reason for her, for her to change her story or her really the defense don't have to bring this case if they prove reasonable doubt, but understand the system. Yeah, but look, there's a lot of tactic I see that's going on that if it was somebody on the other side or somebody in the middle they wouldn't let it happen. And answer this question. Do you really think that some people will have information to be able to give out to like that? Information that's not privy to the defense?
That's a good question. Yeah, she probably meant distraught. I was like distorted. And make sure you guys are hitting that like button. You said you still have an iPhone XR. It updates. I haven't had a problem with it. Really, Lisa? I like Androids, but everybody in my family has what's it called? Everybody in my family has iPhones. You have a Samsung? Let me know. Shout out to Infamous Sylvia. Make sure you guys are checking out her channel too, because she's out there giving phenomenal updates.
This came from a live report from News in the Courtroom.
What did?
Oh Lord, there we go.
Sylvia's funny because she gets really frustrated because she's like out there and she's like, it didn't happen this way. It happened this way. I just love it because it's like she really tries really hard to correct. And I think she's amazing for it. Shout out to her. Oh, it says, so sorry about the faults of. No, you're fine, Franny Law. Everybody's talking about it. Don't worry about it, Franny Law. Don't worry. You're fine. You're not the only one because there's a lot of people that were saying the same thing. So I could definitely understand And like I said, yeah, if Kanye was there, the whole street would probably have been closed. Everything would have been closed. They probably would have had to have planned for him to have been there. You know what I mean? So yeah. Keep that in mind. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You said, really? Rabbit TMZ put down the rabbit hole as a header to the P. Diddy news of the day. I saw that, Wendy. I saw that. I was like, oh, okay. They were doing like a little vlog or whatever. TMZ is all over YouTube, of course. However you feel about them. We're waiting to see if we get an update. But they had to get in the robing room before they went to lunch. You know? Zoe B, thank you for coming. Shout out to you. Thank you guys for the new people that are here. Inner City Press just put a video out. All right, I'm on it. Let me see what video this is because I like watching his videos. Hold up. Let's see, my friends.
Here, it's midday today, Thursday, June 12th, of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Now, supposedly, the cross-examination of the witness known as Jane was going to end this morning, but things got complicated. In fact, it took for quite a while before she even took the stand. Now, some were there was a lot of speculation. We were live tweeting every twist and turn as Combs was talking with his lawyers, first with Agnifilo, then with Xavier Donaldson, then with Nicole Westmoreland. And at one point he was smiling, and another point he had his head in his hands. We usually don't do that, but there was nothing else to do because the whole discussion took place in the robing room. It's really unfortunate. It's a small room off the side of the big courtroom, and nobody knew what was taking place in there. Whether the transcripts will show, you'll have to see. We tried to do it live, and basically what emerged is that this one described event in a hotel room, apparently in Las Vegas, has become important. And apparently, is there another witness that wanted to testify? Because when they emerged, what they said, Agnifilo, the lead counsel, said, we renew our objection to now, or start our objection to the anonymous status of Jane, because the purpose of naming witnesses is to have other people say, wait, I read what they said, and I think it's different. I want to come and testify. As an aside, this actually happened in a trial here. I was covering the trial of K-Flock, also known as Kevin Perez, a drill rapper. And they had a cooperator, and I described his testimony and his name, and his own sister, the sister of the cooperator, came the next day and said he's lying. He couldn't have taken a phone call. His hands were in bandages, and his mouth, he couldn't talk. He was intubated with a tube.
We have enough.
So I was then told, I'd somehow put the cooperator in danger by reporting what happened in open court. This is a constant struggle here. What happens in court is public, even if some, often the prosecutors, sometimes the defense, don't like it.
Yeah.
In this instance, it appears that the judge has continued to decide that anonymity continues, and whatever this other witness or new information that could have come in will not be coming in. So now it's the lunch break, and the cross isn't continuing. Looks like I still think she's going to get out on her flight. That was said as the deadline by Maureen Comey, and they say they have an evidentiary issue to tee up for the witnesses that are to come after. There were supposed to be 3. I believe there'll be less. In any event, we're going to be back in for that. Inner City Press, to be continued.
Shout out to Matthew again from Inner City Press. Okay, so here we have the first update. Shout out to everybody. Come through. Wake up. All right. Wake up. Get your drinks. Well, if you have them. Be nice and kind in the chat. Shout out to everybody. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Please get me to 1,000 likes. I really would appreciate it. Thank you. Inner City Press starts. They're back, but before the arguments, before jury comes back in, headphones are being set up in the jury box. Defense wants to play them something sealed at the end of their cross-examination of June. Combs sitting is surrounded by half a dozen of his lawyers. Half a dozen of his lawyers. Well, I mean, he's got, how many lawyers does he have now? Are we still on 9? Let me know. I know I got a little bit of somebody trolling in here. I don't know who this is. By the way, I definitely shout out to BJ for calling the Astro turfing, whatever the hell it's called. Because I definitely believe that we're seeing a lot of it on various channels. Like it's weird because I try to weigh in. Like I could tell the people that are like this, not so much just wanting to hear the other side of the case. And then you have the people that are intentionally starting shit in the chat. So that's going to happen a lot. He said about 3 dozen, 12 dozen. How many dozens? How many dozens? It's a lot. It's a lot. But let me know. Yeah. So I'm noticing too in the chat, and I was like, we're getting a lot of just it's not even people that are for Diddy, it's just people that or even for anything, it's just people starting shit in the chat that we're having to kind of review and block and everything. So yeah. So yes. I don't know, and I'm sure Pika, you could probably speak to it. Like some of them are just starting shit. They'll just poke at something or get the chat going with something. We're noticing a lot of that too. But yeah. Okay, hold up. CNN, what do you have for us, CNN? What is going on, CNN? See if I can update this. Yeah, like bots. It's so weird because it's not like the people that I have people that are kind of like in the middle of a lot of stuff as far as the how they feel about this trial. But then you have people that intentionally just start ish in the chat just for the hell of it. It's weird. You said this redirect might be longer than others. Do they plan to just plop another witness up after Jane today? I think we should get a break until the morning. I think we should get a break until the morning. Until tomorrow morning, Diddy Docket. And why does it seem like everything is so disorganized? Maybe it just threw me off that all of this was happening in the morning. Do they really have their ish together? I'm wondering, what do you guys think? Is it just me that it just seems like everything's so off? Maybe it threw me off that all of this was happening. Okay. But I'm not there, of course. So anything is possible. Anything and everything is possible. Exactly. We don't feed them. They're just looking for attention. You said, I think they're trying to shut YouTubers down. Y'all bring in more truth than the other news channels. Jane, I don't find it to be a coincidence. Like, this is what I was trying to say the other day. I said, it's amazing that Armand, for example, he's on News Nation. They got all these other bigger YouTubers on News Nation. Is because these outlets are realizing that they don't have people to report the news the way in which some of the YouTubers do, honestly. So I think that that's an interesting point. People are already, they go to YouTube for a lot of stuff, which is amazing. Yep. But let me know what you guys think. You said, I think the defense is trying to throw wrenches in the game plan whenever possible. Ooh, they should just have made this whole trial public on Netflix. What was it? Was it the fight that shut Netflix down? Netflix would have been down for a while if that was the case. You know how many people are tuning into this? Way too many people. Way too many people. Oh my God. Oh my God. So I'm wondering, shout out to Diddy Docket, who's also posting about all of this. YouTubers have, they have audience numbers too. That's right. That's right. You said the gap between reporting and what's really going on in reality is too wide. Right. I agree. Is it Sarai or is it Sarai? Is it Sarai Gonzalez? I think it's Sarai. All right, let's keep going. You said, I don't even think that comes into play as far as Jane Doe's child. And I don't even want to go there again because it's so weird. People are fixated on Jane Doe's child. I'm like, why are we talking? Like, that's not for us to decide as far as custody. That's on her and the judge, and that's all on all of them. I just don't get it. There's this like really weird obsession. Chico was telling me, shout out to Chico, my mom, that there was somebody in the chat trying to promote that CPS be called on her. The fuck? Like, no, CPS be called on you. Like, what are you talking about? That's too much. I'm like, why are we doing all that? Let's just report on the case. And we're doing too much. People are doing too much. But that just tells me that there's people that are intentionally wanting to start stuff in people's chats. It's way too much. Thank you, Crystal. Did we hit 1,000 likes? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. I agree. Like that's too much. Yeah, like people need to stop. So shout out to Chico who was like, we're just gonna put this person on block. I was like, yeah, I agree. I can only give so many warnings, and I don't expect my mods to referee stuff. It just people just do too much. Okay, so here we go. The defense is setting up headphones for the jury, possibly so they can play voice messages as evidence. So some of this stuff is under seal. Keep that in mind. Since the audio may have details that could identify the witness testifying under a pseudonym as Jane, onlookers and the press won't be able to hear. Well, there's a lot of stuff that we're not being made privy to at all. Let's see. Do we have an update? Let's see. Thank you, Natasha. Have a good one. Miserable people trying to cause misery in others. Yeah, just listen to the trial. That's all. We don't need to get in between. People just invite themselves in between people's lives like that. Okay, like honestly, it's a lot of craziness. You know, I'm just here to report the news. That's all we got to do. Yep. In the transcripts, you think Diddy looks guilty as AF? The transcripts do say a lot, but they also kind of give a different perspective. I don't necessarily think that it makes... I have a lot of questions about the witnesses. That's what I'll say about that. You know, I have a lot of questions about what's been put out there. And did the, as far as the prosecution in their laying the foundation with some of the witnesses, I agree that, okay, this is pretty good. But some parts I'm like, I don't know if they met their burden here. But I guess we'll see what happens, you know? I hope she does. I agree. Listen to the trial. There's body language expert videos. Ooh. I mean, just imagine. Just imagine if I was a witness here, I would want to go under witness protection. Honestly, I'd be like, let me go under witness protection because I don't know anything about these people. We don't know what people are about. People do too much. You know, people can get a little crazy. And then this is media. Like, I do find it interesting when they're talking about the jet or the plane that this Jane Doe went, you know, and there was a, you know, S parties with somebody that they're doing it with. It's crazy. AstroTurf was going in this Diddy trial for sure. It's probably the most obvious it's ever been. Yeah. Sarai, I'm wondering about this too. Like, I have seen it. I've seen a couple of comments and I'm like, some stuff and it's weird because it's accounts that literally started 2 weeks ago, a week ago, not even like accounts like from 5 years ago. You know what I mean? These are accounts that are like really like recently opened accounts. But yes. When's the next joke? They all go in that AstroTurf category. LOL. I agree, girl. Yes. Thank you. 9 lawyers, and not one of them can come up with a proper defense argument. Rebecca, you don't think they have done a good job? I think they've done a good job. I can give you that. I think that the defense attorney they've done a pretty good job. But that's just my opinion. Let me know what you guys think. Do you think she's gonna have a bombshell moment? I don't believe it's happened yet. She did have a bombshell moment when they were talking about the data on the thing and all that stuff. They kind of went back and forth on that. Was that Teeny? There was somebody else that Teeny questioned. Teeny's really good at questioning the government. So like poking at what the government, these government people that are subject matter experts in like areas. She's really good at like pushing it. Was it the video guy that she did it with? She did a really good job there. She did, I think. So yeah, I'll give her that. I thought that left room for a lot of people to think different things. Okay. Judge says, I understand the government says we can break earlier tomorrow. So wait. I understand that the government says we can break earlier tomorrow. So we don't have to deal with evidentiary issues now. Let's just finish Jane's testimony, bring the witness back, and all rise. What? So they're breaking early tomorrow or today? Okay. Jane is back on the stand. Here we go. Everybody, get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Okay. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Shout out to everybody. Okay. Should I understand the government says we can break earlier tomorrow? What does he mean by that? I'm like trying to decipher what he's typing. Are we breaking earlier tomorrow? What do you guys think that means? Order. Earlier tomorrow. So we don't have to deal with evidentiary issues now. Let's just finish Jane's testimony and bring the witnesses back. Is she going to be in all day, or is there going to be another witness? Because they said they only needed an hour. Order in the room. You said they are only as good as their evidence and client. It's what they have to work with. We want to hold on the other issues to finish Jane today. Okay. Diddy docket, but I thought that the defense said they only needed an hour. So are we going to go all day, or are they going to bring another witness? Sarah E. Okay. In Spanish is Sarai. I have a cousin named Sarai. That's why I was asking. So it's Sarah E. Gotcha. That metadata thingy was a Perry Mason moment for Teeny Garagos. Okay. Here we go. Teeny Garagos. While you fought, Mr. Combs was yelling, "You're trying to get me to never see my kids again, right?" So she's quoting Diddy. Yes. And you said he was dragging you by your hair, right? Yes. I was telling him to stop. You got his phone? Yes. Okay, so they're talking about that altercation that was happening between them. Okay. Said, I think everything went off the rails. They spent too much time in the bribing room. in the bribing or robing room. Oh my gosh. He said, going early for lunch tomorrow is what I take from that. Okay. So Jane is supposed to be done by today? Wow. They did spend a lot of time on the stuff in the morning. They should have done that yesterday. Instead, they left. Anyways. Yes, can we hit the like button, please? And thank you. Wow. True astroturfing work there. Diddy wants to expose Jane and bad, you said. I asked what Candy's answer. LOL. Sorry, I'm reading your comment. Okay. Garrigo speaks. And you called the woman in Miami? Yes. And you asked her, did you go to the Grand Canyon with him? I'm asking you, woman to woman. Yes. And she said, you're worried about wrong things. Woman to woman? Yes. So she called another woman, and you called the woman in Miami? Yes. And you asked her, did you go to Grand Canyon with him? I'm asking you, woman to woman. She's reading a message. Yes. And she said, you're worrying about the wrong things. Woman to woman? Yes. Oh. Wow. Okay. No update. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Young Miami? That's what I'm thinking. Is he talking about who? You're talking about the woman in Miami? Is it Young Miami? Which one? We're not going to know. Jane further goes, I told her he's beating my ass. Then Sean hung up the phone and she called back multiple times. His phone lit up. Garrigo said, did she call you a witch? Yes. Did you talk about her previous relationships? Maybe. Wait, what? So when did this happen? Or is this a separate event? And you called the woman in Miami. That's the question. She says yes. And you asked her, did you go to the Grand Canyon with him? I'm asking you, woman to woman. Yes. And she said, you're worrying about wrong things. Woman to woman. Yes. I told her he's beating my ass. Then Sean hung up the phone and she called back multiple times. His phone lit up. Garrigoes and says, Did she call you a witch? You guys know what I mean by that word, a witch? Yes. Did you talk about her previous relationships? Maybe. Who did he go to the Grand Canyon with? Not Young Miami. Who did he go to the Grand Canyon with? Well, let me see if there's something on let me go see if there's anything. Okay, so this is what Google AI says. There is evidence suggesting that Sean Diddy Combs had plans to visit the Grand Canyon as part of a family road trip. Specifically, in emails between Diddy's lawyers and prosecutors, it was mentioned that he intended to go on a road trip with this family, including stops at Sedona, the Grand Canyon, Lake Powell, Zion, and Death Valley. These emails were included in an exhibit by Diddy's lawyers for his bond request. It is mentioned that his lawyers had taken possession of the passport of his mother and daughters in preparation for this trip. However, the timing and specific trips are related to Diddy's ongoing legal issues. It is mentioned that his planned road trip would have been after his return from a previous national parks tour. So was he meeting another person there too? Was that part of the thing too? Okay. So, okay. Yeah, Diddy was with them both of the times. That's why I was like, so did she get to talk? There was Jessie as well, the other woman. Okay. We have an update. Then after you called Jonathan, you were in the shower, naked, but Mr. Combs was in pants, shorts, and you called him a son of a witch, just a witch. Okay, just a witch. And then he slapped you. Yes, hard, says Jane. Oh, shit. So they're talking about this shower altercation. Carmel, you said the woman from Wyoming. Huh. That's interesting. But was this an email? So this was a planned trip, right? This was clearly before. Let's see. Let me see. They were going to the Grand Canyon. Maybe he had planned to meet up a girl in the Grand Canyon. And then from there, it was like, okay, I'm going to, like, beat somebody else up or meet with somebody else or something, FOs in the Grand Canyon. Oh, that sounds so dangerous. Not FOs in the Grand Canyon. That sounds so dangerous, Sicilian Beauty. That one in the photo. Oh, what'd you find? So it's a different woman. Is it Jessie? He went with Jessie May. Let me see. Jessie May. Damn. It's another gorgeous woman. She's a fashion designer, right? That's what it sounds like. It's Jessie May. It's on the kid's YouTube. Oh my God. You said he had everyone on an area code. Oh Lord. Well, let me see. Grand Canyon. So he was dating her too? Or at least dealing with her too? Jessie. Okay. Sweet 16. Sorry, I had to go out for a little bit. Okay. Isn't that the live? I don't know. She said she's a designer. No update yet. Let me see what CNN is saying. Huh. No update. Okay, let me run and get some water. I need to get some water. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. I just needed to be good. All right. No update yet. I'm checking, guys. I'm checking. Here we go. I think we have an update now. That was fast. Garagos then asks. Then he tells you to put on an outfit. Jane says yes. And he grabs your phone. Jane says he went into the messages and said hi to Antoine in the text thread. Okay. Garagos then responds or asks, it's about the night in January you sent to Las Vegas. You spent in Las Vegas or sent? It's about the night in January you spent or you sent to Las Vegas. Yes. Okay. So I feel like we're jumping here. Because I was trying to figure out who they were going to talk about that they went to the Grand Canyon with. So Gary goes and says, and then he tells you to put on an outfit. Jane says yes. And he grabs your hair. He went into the messages and said hi to Antoine in the text thread. Gary goes and says, it's about the night in January you sent to Las Vegas? Yes. Okay. I guess we're getting right on the details of this. But there's no an update. We don't have an update anywhere else. You said, I bet the rapper mentioned was Kanye and Bianca. Something. You said, oops, was complaining about the cost of gas. Oh. Thank you, Jacqueline. I appreciate it. Thank you. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Thank you. Rick Ross also lives in Star Island. Does he? See, this is the first. I didn't even know that Diddy had 2 Star Islands, or at least 2 properties there. I thought he only had 1. You know? Did he have 1 or 2? Because it's Star Island 1 and 2. So that was weird. That was that was weird, but okay. All right, update. Garagos, how far is it from your home in the gated community to the gate? She responds, a minute or 2. So like half a mile. Yes, I drove and let Antoine in. Champagne and tequila, but no rugs? Right. So is she saying, like, I'm just kind of wondering, and I don't want to make up stuff in my mind, but the question is kind of leading her to like, is she saying that she was having an affair with this guy? This S worker? How far is it from your home to the gated community? She responds, a minute or 2. So like half a mile. Yes, I drove and let Antoine in. Champagne and tequila, but still no rugs? Right. So this is at her house. Unless she's having an FO at her house and Diddy's going to appear. Like, I'm trying to figure out where they're going with this questioning. Would she sometimes meet? And I even got the impression of that in the transcripts when I was reviewing them too. Like, are they trying to imply that? You said has the plane landed yet? Because the plane is like, is it out of orbit? Is this the time he beat her and made her so a SW? We already covered this, or no, like we did cover this. Did he dock it? Like, why are we going back to this? Like, are they trying to say, well, this is something that she scheduled and therefore, so he owns 2 he bought next door from the Estefans. Ah. Okay. It's this night that they fought. All right, hold up. I think we have an update, guys. No. But I'm wondering, like, what are they trying to? It's like almost like they're implying something, but it's kind of hard to read it because We're reading it kind of third party at this point. We're not really getting a good sense of what's happening. You said Puff arrives in a woman's burqa. Oh, man. We lost the luggage at the airport. Okay, we have an update. Hold up. Carrigo says, you and Sean go into the bedroom. You told him you went to Vegas. Yes. You told him you flashed your chicken nuggets. Not them. You told him you'd referred Cabral to the other rapper. Not yet. Okay. You and Sean go into the bedroom and you told him you went to Vegas. Yes. You told him you flashed your chicken nuggets. Not then. Okay, so she says that didn't happen then. And you told him you referred Cabral to the other rapper. Not yet. Oh my God. Okay, it's getting messy. What is going on? I said chicken nuggets. You said Rabbit Diddy's trying to add people into the trial that have nothing to do with it. So maybe that's why they're mentioning the other rappers, right? Don't make me hungry for chicken nuggets. You know what? What if it was T.I. and Tiny? Oh, because you know they get down too. Don't forget. I forgot about T.I. and Tiny. Let me stop because they do be suing people. I don't want to get sued. T.I. and Tiny will sue people. I didn't even think about that. T.I. and Tiny. Because do they have a private jet or plane? You're ordering yourself a 20-piece? Don't forget T.I. and Tiny. They're into that life. They are. They're into it. I heard they make people sign NDAs, allegedly. I don't know. All right. Did Mr. Combs tell you how could you go to another man's freak off? Yes, he yelled at. Oh, okay. And then you say Sean told you go and F him, and you said no. I said no. Then he pushed a pill in my face. So was this party another man's freak off? Now I wonder, now that people are okay, was this another man's freak off? What is that? Oh my God. T.I. is an icon. I mean, I think he's more of an icon than Nelly. I think so. T.I. is an icon. T.I. is T.I. But wait a minute. It's the time he falsely accused her. That's right. When he was saying that he had cheated or something like that, he falsely accused her. But now they're making it sound like, well, the reason why she went to Vegas is because she was going to another man's freak off. Let me know what you guys think. Okay. Here we go. But you didn't have S with Antoine. Not that kind of S. You gave Antoine OS? Yes. And then Sean dismissed him? You told Antoine he'd send him money later? I did. Oh my God. All right. I reserve my I'm what? OS. So it was another man's thing. I don't know. This is too. Oh my God! I don't think this is a Perry Mason moment, but she does say, "But you didn't have S with Antoine, not that kind of S. You gave Antoine OS, yes. Then Sean dismissed him. You told Antoine you'd send him money later. I did." Okay, update. This was the first time you didn't have an intimate moment with your partner after the entertainer left. Yes. And he said again, I can't believe you went to another man's FO, freak off. Yes. Talking about the rapper, yes. Was it a birthday party or was it an FO? Did she know she was going to another man's FO? But here's the deal, okay? Let me be very clear. Diddy. Even if she went to another man's FO, like, shut the fuck up. You got like Young Miami, you got Jade, you got all these other people out there. Like, let's stop this shit right there, right then and there, because the double standards are too doubled for me. Like, I cannot, and I will not accept. He is not a victim here of she was cheating. What? This man is talking about I was a single in a polyamorous relationship. Pick a side. You're single or you're polyamorous. Which one is it? Pick a side. I'm not. Why are you mad? Why are you mad? Well, it was another man's FO. Well, how many FOs were you going to and she had to wait around for them? Stop it. Okay? I mean, the audacity. It's a little weird to me, right? Because I feel like, really? Okay, so maybe she was going to another FO, but this man's going to other FOs and he's waiting for her and he's only supposed to go to her FOs. I'm so confused. But okay, whatever. That's dumb. I swear. All right, update. Garrigo says, he just kept saying, how could you have gone to another rapper's freak off? Jane says, yes. And after you called and texted each other, yes. And you went to see him and broke up? We had 8 or 9 hours of a breakup conversation. Oh, 8 or 9 hours of a breakup conversation? And really? They had an 8 or 9 hour breakup conversation. Listen, we've had a conversation in this channel about breakup conversations. I don't believe in breakup conversations. Honestly, I don't. I'm first of all, I'm a horrible communicator. So there's that, especially on a breakup. So I don't believe in breakup conversations. I believe in the walking away. That's what I do. But because sometimes breakup conversations, yes, some people say, it ends the relationship. No, sometimes it's kind of like a trap to kind of allow certain things. Is it Dion Davy? Tiny's birthday is in July, not January. Thank you, Dion, for this $1.99. I appreciate it. We're just kind of thinking of different people and whatnot. But you guys let me know. I know, how dare you go to someone else's FO? That's crazy work. That is crazy work. I'd like to know. How dare you? I am a just leave kind of person when it comes to breakup stuff, or at least when I was in certain kind of relationships. Okay. Sorry. Did I get an update? No. What do you guys think so far? I'm like, okay. Listen to what the Washington Post has to say. Jane is back on the stand, answering questions about a June 2024 incident when she alleged Sean Diddy Combs beat her after she punched him. After the fight, Jane had previously alleged Combs gave her X and ordered her to do a freak-off with an adult film star. Now, under cross-examination from Teeny Garrigos, Jane confirms that Combs asked her why she attacked him. We've never fought like this before. And now the Cassie Ventura lawsuit comes out. And now this happened. Jane recalls him asking, now you want to attack me? Okay, I think we have an update now. Nope. Yeah. Rabbit says, you get no closure. I'm walking out. Yeah, Rabbit's just like, I'm done. There is no 8 or 9 hour conversation. I'm walking away. All right. What did Beyonce say? To the left, everything in the box to the left, in the closet. That's my stuff. If I bought it, please don't touch. and keep talking that mess that can you walk and talk at the same time? That's me. I am not having an 8 or 9 hour conversation about why you haven't left the building. We're not doing that. We're not. That's it. I know they said that Bianca's birthday is in January and Tiny's is not in January. That's what they said. Yes. That's too much. Okay. It couldn't be me. It's just hard. Like I'm telling you, I've been there, done that, and I've learned my lesson. Conversations is too much. Okay, see, I'm not the only one who believes that. Now, some people say it's closure. I'm like, no, especially if it's as volatile. I don't want to give that. Yeah, no. That's just my thought. They said 8 or 9. But here's the deal. She was living in his property. Maybe they were going to have like lawyers involved in that conversation. Maybe it was going to be a conversation about, but then I would be like, well, you could talk to my lawyer or you could figure this out. Like, I don't know. Well, yeah. That's what I have to say about that. Okay, hold up. We have an update. Garrigo says, you saw him traveling with another woman in Wyoming. Who in the chat said Wyoming? You saw him traveling with another woman in Wyoming and it upset you. Jane says, I was at home with a black eye. Kay Garrigos then says, you hadn't had forced course with Antoine. It was forced OS? It was forced OS? So somebody said in the comments, Jane went to another man's FO towards the end of the relationship. Question, does it absolved Diddy of the elements of Rico before she did that? I don't know. Okay. So was it was forced OS? Diddy forced her to the OS? Huh. Let's see. We're not doing that. We're not doing a 9-hour conversation. It's just like, no. Because I'm telling you, a 9-hour conversation, you might as well not break up. I'm just saying, this is